A beautiful night in High Point, North Carolina. Here at Truist Point, we decide who's joining Charleston Southern in the Big South Conference Championship Finals. Number 1 seed Campbell and number 2 seed USC Upstate. Something has to give. The 2 best teams in the regular season, we're going to crown the second finalist in the Ingles Big South Championship. Alongside Cole Hallam, I'm Evan Budrovich. The bracket topsy-turvy this year. Charleston Southern, the 5 seed, has moved on to the championship game. Campbell defeated Gardner-Webb earlier today. So now it's winner take all. Campbell, Upstate for a trip to Saturday.
Neither team looking overly impressive so far. Who wants it more? Both of these teams with their future on the line.
Not only the future, but the present of not playing great baseball this tournament. USC Upstate just played earlier today. They scored 2 runs on 2 hits, so something has to change.
They have to turn it around. I think it starts maybe with some small ball, seeing some pitches, trying to get deep into the count and start seeing the baseball better.
A USC Upstate team that went 17-6-1 in the conference. Campbell went 20-3, and yet their backs are against the wall. How does the number 1 seed respond tonight?
It starts with offense early. They've pitched it okay. They've played decent defense, but this is a team that is offense focused. They need to step it up in the early innings and get the confidence rolling.
Campbell with a 4-3 win earlier today, so not a slugfest by any means. And the Fighting Camels in their oranges look to continue a dominant regular season stretch. Swept USC Upstate by outscoring the Spartans 42-17. Do you expect that to change at all tonight between these 2 clubs?
I do. I think it's going to be tight. Both of these teams are looking at failing expectations on the season. This is something that they were almost all but guaranteed to get to the last day of the tournament and struggling, sputtering, can't get anything going. I think there's a lot of pressure on both players in both dugouts.
There is energy in these dugouts in High Point, North Carolina. And the USC Upstate offense, Sunbelt Reynolds starting attack. The 3 Noahs in the middle, Myers, Rabin, and Sullivan, all conference Noahs. But Cole, it has to be a productive lineup that finished second in the conference in batting average.
It does. We've seen Charleston Southern come in, take the world by storm offensively 1 through 9. Upstate has not been able to do that. There's been hits here, hits there, but in large part, they need to get guys on base in front of the Noahs and allow them to do their thing with extra base hits.
And they face a starting pitcher who's typically the Sunday starter in Campbell's rotation. Aaron Rund out of California. He pitched 6 innings and earned the win when these teams met back on April 10th. How does he repeat that performance today?
He needs to be in the strike zone. Rund is going to be a strike thrower, but for him to be successful, Campbell needs to play good, clean defense behind him. They need to take care of the baseball.
Certainly interesting with teams that were so different in the regular season. Campbell dominated the series, but in this tournament have not looked up to form. The same starting 9 for head coach Justin Hare, featuring the player of the year in Zach Neto at shortstop.
He's the anchor. Him and Waldy Arias, very special up the middle. They've been able to have a great chemistry. They're kind of the leader, part of the battery of this defense. When they go, Campbell goes. It's up to them to get started defensively.
So let's get this party started. Game 9 of the Ingles Big South Conference Championships. You win, you play tomorrow. You lose, and you go home disappointed. As Devin Buckner leads things off for Upstate. This offense for USC Upstate just scored 2 runs, or pardon me, just had 2 hits in a game earlier today. 1 hour later, they have to shake the demons off and go back to work.
Not a lot of time to refresh, but you have to find a way to hit the reset button. Find a way to see the baseball because your season's on the line.
Learning the strike zone of Will Presswood behind the plate. He's joined by Jeff Francis, J.R. Brown, and David Pritchett. Buckner during the regular season was a difficult out, earning second-team all-conference honors as a catcher and a utility prospect for head coach Mike McGuire. This Upstate team has finished second in back-to-back years, right behind Campbell in the standings, which makes this rivalry very unique because these have been the 2 heavy hitters in the league, and now they meet for a chance to go to the finals.
It's a very fresh rivalry. 2 teams playing excellent baseball the last few years, knocking heads, trying to figure out who's going to be the king of the conference, and both winding up in an elimination game.
A combined 37 wins between these 2 in the Big South. These are the behemoths of the conference. And Run works across strike 2. Aaron Rund was in this exact spot last year, Big South elimination final. He pitched 8 innings against Gardner-Webb. He gave up 7 runs, but his team supported him to earn the win.
And that's the piece that hasn't been there so far this week for Campbell is the support staff of the offense. The pitchers have to pitch tight. They can't give up any damage because the offense hasn't been able to get it going.
And Buckner with a leadoff base hit. USC Upstate just an hour ago today did not get a hit until the 6th inning. A little different start tonight.
I thought they needed more than a hit last game to get it going, but this game, a leadoff hit is just what the doctor ordered as Buckner rips that single back up the middle.
That's a good start for the all-conference catcher. And this is what you expected. 2 teams with a recent history. Campbell defeated USC Upstate 6 times last year, a 6-1 record. These teams have now met 12 different times in 2 years. This feels like minor league baseball with the rivalry. It's so renewed and fresh as it meets tonight.
It is, and we've seen teams in this tournament that didn't play during the regular season seeing each other for the first time. These are 2 teams on the opposite end of the spectrum, 2 teams that are overly familiar with one another. They know what the other's trying to do in every situation. This is a game of execution.
And a game that decides a trip to tomorrow's final, where Charleston Southern and Coach Mark McMillan, he's sitting pretty right now, waiting and watching to see who emerges out of this dogfight. And a strike into Noah Myers, part of the trio of Myers in this order, all 3 part of the all-conference team. And Noah Myers, he may have had the big moment in the earlier game today, a home run to spark this offense.
Home runs have a way of just exciting an offense. It's a big shot. They weren't able to get anything going. Finally, you do. 1 swing, 1 run. Better late than never, and able to turn it around a bit at the end.
Aaron Rund to his breaking ball for a strike. And Tyler Robinson, the pitching coach for Campbell, he wants longevity out of his starting staff. Thomas Harrington goes into the 8th inning. Cade Keeler 6 innings earlier today. That would seem to be the formula for Rund in this start.
It is. I figure them to ride him pretty good, pretty well late into this deal, because if they do come out a winner, 2 games tomorrow is the expectation, and he needs to preserve arms to get there.
And a strikeout for Rund. That's his first K of the night. The California product who graduated just this past Monday. He's got some long hair and a good fastball.
He does. That one sneaks across 93 miles an hour. It's so weird at this point in baseball to say a 93-mile-an-hour fastball is sneaky when 5 to 10 years ago it's fuel. But on this staff, far from the hardest thrower, he needs to mix speeds. He is a guy that wants the baseball put in play.
In games Rund has started in the last 2 months, Campbell has won 8 of the last 9 times he stepped on the mound. There's a good breaking ball, because for Justin Hare, the Ingalls keys to the game, Justin Hare's club, they have to have early offense. We'll see that in the bottom of the first. And then for USC Upstate, shake the demons of a tough game a moment ago.
Short-term memory, hit the reset button. It's already significantly louder in the Upstate dugout. The energy is renewed, it's fresh. They know what's at hand. It seems that they've showed up.
A leadoff base hit certainly helps in that department, right? Because Upstate scored 4 runs on 2 hits in a single game. Campbell was outslugged by Charleston Southern yesterday. So maybe the more well-rested team. And that argument of rest versus rust, how does that play a factor tonight?
It's interesting. I don't think Campbell's going to have any rust, with plenty of time to rest. And it'll be interesting to see if the offense bounces back.
There's a base hit by Rabin, a little hit and run action for Mike McGuire. And men are at the corners for USC Upstate.
Well, if you want your offense to get out of a slump, sometimes you just need to give them a job, put guys in motion on the defense, and open up some holes. Doing exactly that. Beautifully executed hit and run just past Neto. And Buckner with the great read, going first to third. They've got themselves in a great situation in the top of the first.
When these teams met in the regular season, Campbell won by 25 combined runs. Those games weren't even close back in the first weekend in April. It's fascinating how a team can flush it out, clear the memory like you mentioned, and now Upstate could take the lead early with Noah Sullivan. And Sullivan makes it happen. Opposite field base hit. USC Upstate strikes first, and more first to third action for the Sparky Spartans.
What a turnaround. As soon as this game started, everything's been hit hard. And Sullivan gets every bit of this ball going. Backside, line drive. First to third, once again, the offense has found their way.
We showed you the Ingles keys to the game. It now seems the keys should be flipped for Upstate early offense and for Campbell bouncing out of a tough start.
Well, essentially they are the same. You have to flip the script and reset because your offense was so bad earlier today if you're Upstate. For Campbell, very similarly, their offense was bad yesterday, so for them it's rebound, get your offense going. But for Upstate, you do have to reset because they're dealing with a loss that's very fresh on their minds.
And maybe that's the best option if you're Mike McGuire, playing 45 minutes later and getting back at it.
I don't think it's a loss that you'd want to sit on, sleep on, have time to think about, because there's a lot in that game that could have eaten you up. But now you get to go back out there, put a new body of work out on the field.
So here's Easton Cullison, third baseman for the Spartans. And he's aggressive on the first pitch. We've seen USC Upstate swing at the first pitch in all 5 batters of this game. Clearly an adjustment.
It is, and it's a great approach against Rund, who will be in the strike zone. You do, however, have to be choosy on your pitches. When he's sinking it, he can be a ground ball machine, pitch deep into games with a low pitch count. So that's where you get yourself in trouble. But if he's missing and you're capitalizing, it's 100% the approach to get him.
And Cullison's had a tough go of it in this conference tournament. Now 0 for 6 at the plate. Not your prototypical 5-hole hitter, but Mike McGuire loves his ability to understand the game. He said, one of our smartest hitters in the order. Wonder if that plays a factor here, men at the corners. As he misses for strike 2.
That's the right approach for a smart hitter in this situation. That is a fastball high and into Cullison. It's a pitch that he can elevate. The only thing he can do to have this at bat go wrong is hit into a ground ball double play. With a strikeout, you still get another man to the plate. So the big key, keep the ball off the ground.
So now the 0-2 from Rund. He is ripped into the right side for a base hit. What a clutch stroke from Easton Cullison for the 2-0 lead.
It's an interesting pitch call for Rund. I think they bail out Cullison quite a bit. They gas him up on the fastball high and in. This breaking ball right over the heart of the plate, giving Cullison time to catch up, and catch up he does. He pounds that baseball into right field. The rally continues. And how big of a lead does it get uncomfortable for Campbell? Their backs up against the wall. What a start for Upstate.
These were the 2 top scoring and top hitting teams in the regular season. That might be a factor tonight in this elimination game. Nice job by Babin to keep that ball somewhat playable. Hasn't been the ideal weekend behind the plate for Babin. In the game earlier today against Gardner-Webb, the Runnin' Bulldogs scored 3 runs on wild pitches and some funky plays with Kate Keeler.
It's interesting, right? The first game, just it always has a way of coming back to you, playing a factor. Do you learn from it is the key? I think the answer is yes.
In this exact start last year, we noted that Rund earned the win. Well, it wasn't perfect as the bullpen gets loose. Rund gave up 14 hits and 7 runs. So on one hand, Rund will keep you in a game. On the other hand, his longevity may be his greatest strength.
Longevity is huge, but to have longevity, you have to make it out of the first inning. So far, really struggling. How much damage is the Campbell coaching staff willing to live with?
This is a blooper that Neto chases, and it drops down. So the bases are loaded. Jordan had to wait a second, and Neto couldn't get to it.
And that's a ball that Jordan needs to take command on. Yes, it's a blooper, but Neto really having no business going out that far. His range is special, but Jordan needs to take control, come in, and at least give a diving effort. A huge play can go so far in a rough stretch that Campbell's going through here in the top of the first. You need to give your outfielder a chance to make that play, and your outfielder needs to want the opportunity to make that big play, and neither happened there.
Cameron McIntosh would love to continue this big inning. And all of a sudden, if you're USC Upstate, this was the same moment they faced just earlier today. Down a couple of runs, could break the game open, and they didn't. Charleston Southern took over and won 11-4. This has that type of feel in the first inning.
It does. This is huge. Offense for Campbell has been hard to come by, so as much as you can add on, just adds pressure to an offense that largely has not performed.
It's an odd start to this Big South tournament for Campbell. They're the #1 seed, and yet they've only led for 2 innings through 2+ baseball games.
Odd it is. They send out one of the best pitchers in the country. They get beat in their first game of the tournament by a Charleston Southern team that's in large part dealt with every task at hand with ease.
Maybe the juggernauts of the tournament as well.
100%. And from what I've seen, that loss has rattled Campbell. They've not been the same team. They haven't rebounded. They've been able to hang around. They got away with one against Gardner-Webb. Far from a convincing game, but
so here's the 3-0 pitch with the bases loaded. And this is a big at-bat because any more runs for Upstate, not that it puts the game out of reach, but to your point, the mental hurdle that sets into place is hard for anybody to overcome.
It is.
USC Upstate only had 2 hits in its previous game. Now 5 hits in this first inning. A tournament full of redemption stories. Leads to strike 2. Borderline pitch that was granted. These teams have met 12 times in the last 2 years. Campbell has won 11 of those games by an average of 8 runs. Now with a trip to the conference finals, a little different story here on a Friday night in High Point. And a walk brings in a run. So make it 3-0 USC Upstate.
And I think this may be a good time for a mound visit. Go out there, try to slow run down because everything he's done hasn't worked.
Well, so far it's Run's moment to figure out. We noted in his last 3 starts, Run had worked 5 innings plus, and now Tyler Robinson makes the slow walk out to the mound.
This is one of those moments as a pitching coach. You walk as slow as possible. You really don't have the words. You don't know what to say. But it looks like it's going to be.
Is it time for a reliever here? Do you keep Rund in the game, or do you bring in Jonathan Beamer?
I think Rund is fine if he's able to get through it. He's gotten hit around a little bit, but the bloop shot obviously falls in, and they need him to stay around.
So look back in the regular season. Campbell dominated Friday night, a squeaker on Saturday, and then with Run pitching Sunday, I mean, that's a series where if you're Campbell, you have to have a ton of confidence.
You do, but neither team will look at this series until right now if you're Campbell, because you're trying to compare teams that aren't necessarily similar until it all hits the fan, right? And then Upstate punches you in the mouth, 3-spot in the first. You have to understand that your offense can and has come back in the past to win and put up runs.
And what made Campbell special this year was its offense, leading the conference in home runs, in doubles, in on-base percentage. But in this tournament, the offense has averaged 4 runs a game.
And that's not even, you wouldn't even qualify that as good. I mean, that's below average. That's a poor hitting team.
Whereas Upstate has hit everything in this inning. On the verge of scoring 4 runs while maybe getting the starter out of the game.
In all fairness, Upstate has been bad prior to this game. It's not been a great offensive week for them. It's been a bad offensive week for Campbell. Campbell's going to have a chance to answer. They're also the home team. But a message sent. Top first no matter what.
Now the 2-0 pitch to Maynard. It was fast inning early. Upstate swung at the first pitch to 5 straight hitters. Now a patient approach, challenging Run to throw strikes.
Well, it's interesting how that works. You attack a pitcher, you rattle his confidence. The command essentially disappears. Run was almost in the zone too often early and now struggling to get back in.
There's strike two. It's the balance of how much do you nibble, how much do you attack, and with the bases loaded, you can only be so careful against any hitter in this line.
You can, but you never want to be too passive as a hitter either. The bases are loaded, the double play is in order, and with 2 strikes, you're much more likely to hit into that double play and hit a pitch that you're uncomfortable going after.
And he gets the strikeout. Maynard chased on a wicked 2-seam fastball.
That's a great pitch. Best one of the night by far for run, but Maynard lost that at bat, not on that 3rd strike. Yes, this pitch is great. You have to chase. It starts on the inside corner, plus movement, but he lost on the pitch before. The outer half fastball at 90 miles an hour that he could have flipped into right field for a sac fly, and the way it's going, it may have dropped, but once you get to 2 strikes, everything changes, especially with bases loaded.
So here's Jack Hennessy, who is hitless this entire year, 0 for 7 with the bases loaded. And with the 9th batter of the inning, you wonder, this could be a make or break moment. Even though Upstate's up 3-0, the chance to put the hammer down for the Spartans.
It absolutely is. If they can capitalize, put up a 5 spot, that's a big number. But 3 and only 30 pitches into this deal still keeps Run in decent shape. Pitch count's fine. He could get into the 5th, 6th inning and still exit this game with a quality start.
It's crazy the parallels, because last year in this exact start, Run through in the Big South Elimination Final, he gave up 3 runs in the 1st inning, went 8 in the 3rd, and allowed 7 total.
7 may be the number. I think 7 probably gets it done.
And with Hennessy working the count in his favor, it's the USC Upstate offense that drew 7 walks earlier today. They were hit by pitch 2 times. It's a great matchup. 2 of the top 10 teams in the country for most hit by pitches. And that has to be in the mind of each pitcher.
It is. It makes that inside corner look really small.
So Run works away for a 3-1 count. And there's no guarantee that Run can overcome this hurdle. He has worked his way through a strikeout, but now the 9th batter of the inning, this is quite a challenge.
There's no guarantees in anything tonight. It's going to be wild. It should be unpredictable.
And a 5-pitch walk. That's a gifted run as USC Upstate, 4 runs on 5 hits in the inning.
And now it gets curious as to how long will the leash be. If Run is able to get out of this, which I don't know that he will be. I don't know that he will be given the opportunity to get out of it.
So Campbell forced to go to its bullpen very early in this 1st inning. Jonathan Beamer, the senior, comes out of the pen. And the senior Aaron Run, his day is done. I think that facial expression tells the story. The Upstate offense, 5 hits early. And the Spartans lead by 4 as we take the timeout on ESPN+. Welcome back to Truist Point here in High Point, North Carolina. A lot of programs can script an ending to their conference tournament set. I would think USC Upstate is eagerly pleased with this start, a 4-0 lead and forcing Jonathan Beamer out of the bullpen.
It doesn't get any better if you're USC Upstate or a USC Upstate fan. They've ran the starter out of the game in the first inning. That's huge. Yes, the 4 runs are huge, but now you're essentially guaranteeing you're going to see bullpen arms that oftentimes were not good enough to be weekend starters, high leverage situations. Yes, the stuff from Beamer is good, but damage done early, and it should be damage that pays dividends throughout the rest of the innings for Upstate.
The one strength Campbell had as a pitching staff was the best ERA in the Big South and the most arms in the conference that were at a high level. But one of the big ones is out of this game, and now Beamer enters very early as back to the top of the order in Devin Buckner. Remember, Buckner's single on the second pitch of the game opened up this offense for USC Upstate. Ooh. Something tells me Campbell is a bit rattled here on the mound.
Rightfully so. You bring in Jonathan Beamer. Yes, the stuff is great. With runs struggling for control, I find it a bit hard to believe that they have more confidence in Beamer, who often struggles with control in a bases loaded situation.
Those are 2 non-competitive pitches, which is fascinating because Jonathan Beamer, in his 5th and final season, his last 3 starts may have been his best. Combined 10 innings of work, 1 run allowed.
When he's in the strike zone, he's great. But I don't know that he's a great mental fit for this situation.
He might get bailed out as that ball drifts out of play.
Even if that ball does get out, which it does, he still gets bailed out because that was without a doubt ball 3. And if he goes 3-0, the chances of Beamer popping back in with 3 straight.
And you want Buckner to be aggressive at the same time, right?
You do, but you want to be aggressive in the zone. You know, if that's a pitch at the top of the strike zone that he fouls back and gets a good swing off, you're okay with it. But that one above letter high and maybe even off the plate inside.
That is called ball 3. Jonathan Beamer facing Devin Buckner, and this is an opportunity for Upstate to create some huge insurance. Teams that have scored first in this Big South Conference tournament, the record is 7-2. Or sorry, 6-2 through 8 games. It might be 7-2 after this one. A chance to end the inning for Waldy Arias. Boy, that play's a lot closer than it should have been. Nice job to end the inning. USC Upstate hits around the order. 4 runs on 5 hits. Now we get a look at Campbell's offense when we return.
Citywide to countryside. Whatever you drive, wherever you go. Hercules Tires has the value, selection, and industry-leading protection to get you there, no matter where the road takes you. Hercules Tires. Ride on our strength.
Big things are happening this year across the South, from the mountains to the coast. The fast are getting faster. The strong are getting stronger. And the best is getting better. Get ready to raise your expectations. Get ready for something big. Ingalls, a proud sponsor of Big South Sports.
This Big South broadcast is brought to you in part by Hercules Tires, ride on our strength. Visit HerculesTires.com. Ingalls, low prices, love the savings. Sunbelt Rentals, we have equipment for that. And First Citizens Bank, forever first.
So, welcome back to Truist Point here in High Point, North Carolina. What a statement from USC Upstate offensively. And for our Sunbelt Rentals starting attack, this Campbell offense that led the Big South in scoring all season long, they've averaged 4 runs a game in this tournament. How does Jared Belbin and the rest of this offense get rolling tonight?
They have to go back to the basics. Yes, we've seen Belbin lead off a game with a home run, but that's not the basics. The basics for Campbell are hit by pitches, being grindy, finding a way on base with sometimes it's drag bunts, hit by pitches, a number of different things that I think at times they've gotten away from trying to slug the baseball.
Number 1 seeds in the Big South tournament have made the final the last 4 years. That's on the line in this one, as USC Upstate rolls with Julian Parson on the mound. A relatively young and untested arm. That's the type of equation that can win a team a championship. And Armin Parson, who, as you see, has only thrown 14 innings. He did pitch well against Kennesaw State just 2 weeks ago. But a little different task when you're facing an offense that's 4th in the country in home runs.
It is, and the key statistics for me was the high ERA and the low batting average against. So that's telling me that not quite refined, the command isn't there. Campbell can be a little disciplined, see if they can allow Parson to dig himself into a little trouble. Maybe a walk, hit by pitch, fall behind in a couple counts, then you're able to slug the baseball.
Parson has thrown 10 straight scoreless innings dating back to April 20th, and a good use of the changeup. That's what makes this part of the tournament so fascinating. Teams are forced to expend arms you don't typically see, and then who's going to fill a new role and be able to go deep into a game tonight? Good battle here from Belbin, who hit a leadoff home run earlier today. That was against Gardner-Webb. He finished with multiple extra base hits. And a product from South Morang, Australia. First Australian prospect on the Campbell roster in the entire program's history. It's over 60 years of college baseball. Although camels are very fitting for Australia, if I do say so myself. And the count's full. Kangaroos, camels.
Do those go together?
I think so.
I'm on board.
Kangaroo Jack was a heck of a movie.
Oh, that was a heck of a movie. I'll give you that one. It's well played.
Belbin, part of the first team all-conference, looks to get his giddy up going at the plate and takes in a leadoff walk.
Good at bat from Belbin, but what I find fascinating, Parson, small body of work, hasn't thrown in these huge situations, being asked to throw a changeup in a 2-1 count, a changeup in a full count. Changeup's usually the hardest pitch to execute in the big situations because you have to be so delicate with it, not overthrow it or try to do too much.
So Parson faces Lawson Harrell, who helped eliminate his hometown team. Runner takes off for second, and Belbin's gunned down. What a throw by Maynard.
What a throw, what a turn of a half inning already, if you will. I know it's early, there's only one out, but Campbell able to get a base runner. Belbin going first pitch, and boy, that throw's on the money. Just in time to nail him as he goes in head first.
And Harrell misses for strike one. With the way Belbin peeked back in, was he looking run and hit there?
He's just looking to see where the pitch is, what's going on. It's best to look, see if the pitch is put in play. Base runners have a certain step while stealing a base that they will take that peek. But have you bailed out an unexperienced arm out of a situation? A runner on first base is enough to panic a pitcher, and with the misses up, all that will do is speed up that delivery.
Remember, no team attempts more stolen bases in the Big South than Campbell, 154 times. So it's an element that Justin Hare will take that risk. This time it comes back to bite him. And for a young arm, Julian Parson, he had his coming out party, or let's say his renaissance, against Georgia Tech on April 5th. Did not record an out in the start and allowed 7 runs. Ever since, he has not given up a run in 10 innings.
That's a heck of a bounce back.
I need to go to his therapist.
The stuff
and
is
learn
there.
how to recover after a tough outing.
The stuff is there. Oftentimes it's a scoreless frame that gets a pitcher back in. He's done that and then some, but you can tell there's some arm talent.
He leans on the fastball, and Harrell skies it towards first base. And Buckner takes charge, the all-conference infielder, to make the play.
Interesting. We've seen some miscommunications on fly balls. The wind is gusting at times, especially up high, but able to keep that one in their control.
This USC Upstate defense, led by the cornerstones, Jack Hennessy, Troy Hamilton, and Devin Buckner, all conference defensively, made 5 errors in a game earlier today. But we've already seen the great arm of Maynard and an improved defensive performance.
It starts in the first inning. You got to get off on the right foot. So far, they've been able to do that.
And here's the Big South Player of the Year, Zach Neto. A confident slugger who hit .407 during the season. Leads the team with 72 hits and is a projected first or second round draft prospect.
I'd be surprised if he slipped to the second from what I've seen.
What you've seen is 14 home runs for the redshirt sophomore Neto, who takes strike two. Add to the fact he's the toughest batter to strike out in the Big South. Only 18 Ks in 180 at-bats, about 1 per 10. He's been giving opponents struggles all year long in the Big South. Now he rips another base hit up the middle. Zach Neto, 2 hits this morning, and his first hit of this ballgame.
No surprise there on the hit from Neto. He's been solid. He's so consistent. At-bats don't get away from him, but as he laces this one up the middle, is anyone else going to step up? The Zach Neto show tonight is not going to be enough to get it done. They need these big bats in the middle to have his back.
That's the 7th hit of the tournament. The 6th hit of the tournament for Neto. He's doing everything right. That two-seam fastball for Parson, that's a weapon of a pitch. And I wonder with an offense that loves to hit the fastball, how the two-seam could affect their approach.
More starting point than anything. You understand that pitchers have movement on their pitch, so you just adjust your starting point of where you want to see that baseball out of the hand. Anytime it's two-seam kind of run, it's going to be at least middle of the plate, if not outer half. Understanding that if it's any more in than that, it's going to take off the inside of the plate.
So Neto with the 2-out single. Keep an eye on his base stealing. 16 swipes this year as the Lake Elmo, Minnesota product misses for strike 2. Logan Jordan has had multiple at-bats in this tournament where he's been asked to move runners over, hit with situational awareness, and he hasn't checked as many of those boxes as Justin Hare would like. Now he has to keep this inning alive, and does for the moment. Because on one hand, you love the power that Jordan brings to the plate. Double figures in doubles and home runs. A second-team all-conference outfielder. On the other, you just need some offense if you're Campbell. Because this team has scored 5 runs below their average in this conference tournament.
At times, this is a team that can become very one-dimensional when they let the game take advantage of them, or in return, they try to take it to the game. They try to slug. They actually get less out of their offense.
Doing more by thinking less. I've heard that before. And now a full count to Jordan. And that's why the 4 runs from Upstate early changes the whole mental approach for Campbell offensively. You start pressing, you try to play to the score versus your offense.
You do. You cannot play to the score. You're playing right now for an answer back. 1 run is great. That's all you need to get the offense rolling. Yes, you're still chasing 3, but you can get there.
And a walk extends the inning. 2 on with 2 out.
This is one of those times where you've worked yourself into a good situation. Neto singles. Jordan walks. Now with Denning coming to the plate, he's going to be hitting from the left side, his better side. There's a ton of pressure now back on Parson. This is an opportunity where you may get a pitch up, you may get a pitch to slug. Don't miss it.
So here's Adam Brown, the pitching coach. Help rebuild one of the OVC powers, because this coaching staff came together from Morehead State with Mike McGuire, Adam Brown. They won a conference title. And not only that, but built the program into a consistent winner. Led the OVC in ERA 3 times. That's the strength of Upstate, is quality pitching.
They've been good all year long. Pitching is the strength. But at this point in the tournament, a lot of those arms have been used. So, yes, the top end of the staff, very talented. How prepared are those middle guys that haven't gotten as many opportunities as you would have liked, at least not in big-time situations, to see how they react and learn from and talk through those moments? Can you calm the heart rate down in the top of the first against Campbell with a 4-run lead, 2 runners on?
One of the neat nuggets Mike McGuire told us this week Last year's team that lost 2 in barbecue in the tournament only had 5 players with NCAA tournament experience. This year's team, it's over 25 players who've been in this moment. Maybe that helps Upstate in this elimination game. And Denning attacks the first pitch. What a snag by Buckner, who drops the ball. The pitcher lost it, and Campbell scores a run on the infield base hit.
And that's how big going back to the basics can be. Jordan walks, moves Neto into scoring position, and a hard-hit baseball by Denning finds a way to be rewarded. That play is spectacular by Buckner to even find a way to get leather on it, knock it down, give yourself a chance. But such a tough play for a pitcher, especially one with limited innings. And Neto, he never turns off the motor.
Mr. 305, they call him, for the area code down in Miami. He brings the juice to this offense, and Campbell's back on the board. Now Drake Pearson, the home run leader in the Big South. This is the first pressure moment for Julian Parson. Allowed his first earned run in 4 outings, and this is a month of time. Sometimes you have to throw out those regular season numbers, but this is a brand new equation. Elimination final. You win and face Charleston Southern tomorrow in the championship. You lose and you go home.
Those are 2 huge takes for Pearson at the plate. He is a guy that wants to slug. Swing gets big, eyes get big at times, and it shows how calm he is, able to lay off those 2 fastballs just above the zone.
What a pitch for the true freshman from Ontario. And it's rocketed for a base hit. Logan Jordan getting the turn to the plate. The throw by Rabin is high, and it's 4-2 on another 2-out base hit.
Campbell's found a way to answer back. It looks like this has all the makings of a title fight. A lot of punches being thrown, and Pearson executing the aggressive run by Hare to send the runner. That's Campbell executing the offense that they had coming into this tournament.
How about both teams bringing their offense early? Neither could score in the tournament entering this game, and now neither can be stopped.
Their offenses have been completely different from anything we've seen in one inning, arguably more offensive production than we've seen from either throughout the tournament.
And here's the 5th-year senior and team captain, Ty Babin. Had a breakout 13 home runs in his final year. And here's a drive into the corner. Babin on cue gives Campbell the lead.
Point him out, Ty Babin, point him out. Call your shot while you're at it. What a big swing from the catcher.
He had 1 home run entering his senior year. Give him 13 in this elimination final.
The shot heard throughout High Point. Everybody knows it off the bat. That one almost big enough to count for 2, a no-doubter from the Campbell catcher.
It's a big ballpark until it's not, and that shot puts Campbell ahead 5-4.
Neither team has done anything coming into this tournament. We have 9 runs. We're not through the first inning.
And listen to this crowd. Listen to that dugout. Things have changed in a hurry.
Oh, this is fun. This is college baseball.
Cole, you mentioned Campbell's offense needed to think less and perform more. How does that home run swing open up the approach?
Well, now they can swing freely. The weight is off their back now. They've found a way to perform. They've put up 5 runs. This is something they're comfortable with. So now they don't have to try to perform and live up to expectations. Essentially, they already have. They've done a large chunk of their job in the first inning, and when offenses don't press, good things happen. And when you perform big in the first inning.
And Arias, who is the hit-by-pitch leader in program history, 60 times the senior's been plunked, and he continues the inning.
And it looks like there might have been a little
some
bit
words.
of frustration, couple of words. I wouldn't have it any other way. Two teams
that don't like each other.
They don't like each other. They know how important this game is. Each team standing in the way of the other team achieving their dreams. With the at-large bids looking the way they are, there's no chance both of these teams make the tournament.
The two top teams, regular and postseason, back-to-back years. I mean, these are the two giants of the Big South. Now trying to eliminate one another as the back pick guns down Arias. Damon Maynard, 2 big outs defensively. Hold your breath, folks. That was just the first inning. We have 8 more to play and maybe a few more seconds on this challenge.
A few more seconds of hang time as well.
That's what makes this interesting. Just when you think USC Upstate has a clench on this game, their clasp around it, Campbell comes right back. It was a 2-out rally for sure. 2 outs, nobody on. The Neto base hit started it, and it might be over here on this pickoff.
It's close. The ball definitely beats Arias. But the hand might have snuck in there. The tag was late. The tag was low.
That angle I can't tell.
It's close.
Every angle you see on this is what the umpires will watch. Okay, hold on a second. Wow, he might be safe.
I think he's there.
How about our ESPN production crew putting the magic? Let's see.
It's close. It's hard to see when his hand gets the front of that base.
When does that glove touch his jersey, too? Remember, the call is out on the field. I have to be honest, I think the call will stand. I don't know if this can be overturned.
I'll agree with you.
Because that freeze frame tells the story. But I can't tell if the glove has touched the jersey at that point.
Is this something where you try to piece those views together to kind of get a better picture?
If we just had a drone that was sitting like 200 feet above the base and shot right down, then I think we have our answer.
Be careful with Babin at the plate. Make sure the drone's up plenty high.
Yeah, not in right field. The drone has to be over the first base. And the call stands. So the out is confirmed, and that wraps up the first inning. We had 9 runs in that first inning. Stick around for the second. I imagine more runs will be scored. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Some could say the rally camel here in High Point, North Carolina. 2 offenses that have slugged the baseball to start this elimination final. Win and you're in the championship Saturday. Lose, and it's a tough offseason to think about how close you could have been. And now if you're Jonathan Beamer, here's the big question. Can he do what Aaron Runn could not and get through a clean inning?
I think more so than that. ideally for Campbell, Beamer becomes the starter. You have a new start. You have a 1-0 lead essentially after one inning.
And that's easier said than done for the fifth-year senior, former 2019 draft pick, high accolades coming into his Campbell career, but he's yet to have that marquee moment, or at least that signature start.
I think he's had that moment, if you will, but he's never backed it up with another one. There's never been a stretch of quality work that you would expect from somebody with his stuff. Largely due to the 3-1 counts, the lack of control at times.
In 60 innings, he has 41 strikeouts, 45 walks in his career. This is what you get. It's called the Jonathan Beamer experience. When he's pitching well like that, it's easy outs. When he's giving walks and unearned runs, it can be a tough moment for Campbell.
It can be, but you talk about guys getting the 3-1 counts and not having the fastball to wiggle out of those situations. Beamer's a guy that can, but how often do you want to play with that fire? Because yes, the firepower can wiggle you out of a couple of those situations, but usually if he hangs around, those counts will come back to haunt him.
And there's the slider from Beamer. The stuff, not only electric, but it can be challenging to an opposing hitter. And maybe none better than Noah Rabin. He has hits in 18 of his last 19 games, and has truly become a standout hitter in this conference. Two-time All-Conference, and only a sophomore, redshirt sophomore. And there's a strikeout, so quickly retired by Beamer.
Campbell not giving away their approach pitching-wise. 0-2, they go right after hitters in the strike zone. 92-mile-an-hour fastball from Beamer.
Number 18, Noah Sullivan.
Just sizing up Rabin, and too much this time for the matchup.
We talk about momentum all weekend. It has shifted back and forth in this second inning as Noah Sullivan takes a strike. Remember, Campbell has won 9 of the last 10 meetings between these two. An upstate squad that is just as good at Campbell in so many categories: hit by pitches, runs scored, batting average. The difference has seemed to have been when these two teams meet one-on-one, something about how Campbell plays has elevated them above upstate.
And that's the weird part. You're right, very similar. They approach the game very similar stylistically, but upstate not able to get over the hump.
I see what you did there.
Taking down Campbell.
Yeah, I see what you did there. If it was Wednesday, I'd give you more credit.
I'm a couple days late.
There's strike two. An upstate squad that was in the winners bracket final a moment ago lost to Charleston Southern 11-4, and now these teams playing for their lives tonight. An offense for USC Upstate. This is the Noah special. Myers, Rabin, and Sullivan all in a row, which I think Mike McGuire is just playing fun with us with his lineup card. All three part of the all-conference team in the Big South, including Sullivan, who is a second-team all-honor. And he fights off the 1-2. How big would a shutdown inning be for Jonathan Beamer and Campbell?
Huge. They find a way to come back, take the lead in this deal. Look, I think Upstate may get away with a win in this game if they post a 0 in the bottom of the first and continue to shut down Campbell. But
and then a 0 for Jonathan Beamer. 3 up and 3 down. The Beamer experience is working well through 1.5. Campbell to the plate when we come back.
Whether it's the practice field or weight room, in class or on game day, we compete down here. We put in work, day in and day out, to take a step forward towards degrees, championships. Our goals? Excellence on every level. More than 4,000 student athletes, one attitude. We are the Big South, where winners are made.
In sports,
we are used to an even playing field.
Unfortunately,
off the field,
court,
track,
closed.
not all people are treated fairly.
In the Big South Conference,
we commit to using our voices
to oppose injustices and inequalities.
Join us as we champion change
towards ensuring even playing fields
in and out of sports.
The Big South Conference.
We're allies.
We're advocates.
Where winners are made.
So USC Upstate was leading 4-0 last inning. 2 outs, and it was a slow start for Campbell. But this one particular play opened the floodgates for a 5-run inning.
It did. It had all the makings of a great play off the bat, and pitchers that don't throw a ton of innings struggle with PFPs in high-pressure situation, and it opens the door for the big one from Ty Babin.
That was the 13th home run of the season for Babin, and you can't tell me these teams don't have animosity between each other.
I expect it only to increase as the game goes. It will be chippy, chirpy at times.
And it also helps that these two clubs were 1-2 the last 2 regular seasons. These are 2 teams that played each other 10 times in a 2-year span. There's some hatred and a rivalry that's brewing.
Some bad memories mixed in, some big swings.
And Halstead pops up the very first pitch of the inning. That is caught. Good start for Cullison.
That's a swing Halstead is brought to the park pretty often this week. It's one he needs to get out of his system. It's not aggressive on the outside pitch, a pitch that he's excelled on a lot of the season, and that one is just kind of draggy. The bat just drags through the zone and getting under it a lot of the time.
Here's a big test for Julian Parson. Could he get through the top of this Campbell lineup and respond with a 0 of his own? Because if he can, I think USC Upstate's in a great spot to go back and forth in this game.
I agree that they're getting good swings off. Wouldn't it be wild if we have the huge first inning, pitchers settle in, couple zeros, this thing will get tight in a hurry.
We have a ball from the bullpen that snuck into the field of play, which makes you wonder, okay, looks like action's warming up in the bullpen. Matthew Murphy, the arm for USC Upstate. Do you see Aaron Run just sitting out there in the pen? I can't imagine what's going through his mind. He was yanked in the first inning and now has to watch his team win or lose down the stretch.
It's a lonely place for a pitcher, especially a starting pitcher that has a tough outing, didn't come out and get his job done. It's much like the job of a quarterback who doesn't get it done and has to sit 5, 6 days at a time until they get another chance. That's what makes being a starting pitcher so tough.
And Belbin works out the 5-pitch walk. Glad to have you with us on ESPN Plus, joined by former All-American closer. You started a few games, right? Outfielder.
Started in the outfield. Only closing.
Former All-American
roles.
Closer Cole Hallam. I'm Evan Budrovich here from Truist Point for the Ingalls Big South Championship. This is the elimination final. Win and play Charleston Southern tomorrow. Lose, and these teams go home wondering what could have been. Lawson Harrell goes after the first pitch. Second baseman calls for it, and there's the catch for McIntosh. So a different type of inning offensively, more first pitch swings and balls put in play.
Absolutely, and good defense there by McIntosh to capitalize on the weakly hit ball. This outfield is huge. You will see the outfielders from just about every team playing deep with the wind blowing out. So with all that room in front, how nice is it to have an infielder that can range back and make a catch?
We talked about the all-tournament team. Nick Rodriguez from Charleston Southern. He'll be on that list.
Absolutely.
The next choice is Zach Neto, who collected his 6th hit of the tournament just last inning. Ooh, that ball hits Neto and Buckner. At least the two are having fun about that one.
You can't help but know that one incidental. Buckner doing everything he can on what appeared to be a
he straddled him.
Bit of a yippee throw over there to first base. I know baseball players don't like that word being brought up in the ballpark, but
you just did.
I don't have to deal with the
effects of it. We're out here in
anymore.
right field. If they want to find us, they can head up the right field line here from our production studio. Zach Neto, a projected first-round pick. He is slugging .780. That's top 10 in the country. One of the best hitters in all of college baseball.
It's impressive. That's a good OPS for a lot of players. A lot of on-base plus slugging.
His
780.
on-base plus slugging is .1250.
It's not human.
Definitely isn't. I mean, this kid is destined for a draft selection coming up in July. Two-time All-Big South selection. Zach Neto, the Campbell shortstop. And a back pick to first. I mean, that throw is nearly impossible to pull off from Damon Maynard.
It's quick, and it's really fluid from Maynard behind the plate, who almost rocks into the pitch and then drops sidearm, slings it down to first base to Buckner. It gets there in a hurry. Campbell needs to learn they're going to have to work really hard both ways at first base.
Neto swung for the fences there. It's a good pitch, 90 miles an hour, challenging Neto.
Probably a pitch he doesn't see very often.
Who singled with 2 outs, and that started a 5-run rally back in the first. Let's see what Parson has in store for the 2-2. There's no easy way to retire Zach Neto. And when these teams met in the regular season, that was just the case. Neto had 6 runs scored. He hit .370 in that series. And Campbell took all 3 down in Bowie's Creek back in the second week in April. Here's a big one, pitch 47 from Parson. And it nearly hits him. Neto does not look pleased. And the inning continues.
And if Neto's showing emotion, you know how serious it is. Because he is as even keel as they come. Never bats an eye at anything, goes about his business, but you throw a fastball up around that ear hole, I don't blame him.
You see his dugout have a bit of a reaction too. That's just an area you don't want to miss as a pitcher. High and in is a dangerous spot.
It is. I mean, even if you're trying to hit somebody intentionally, which he's clearly not trying to hit Neto with a full count and 2 outs, you'd like to see it from the shoulder below. Just only bad things happen from the shoulders up. Without a doubt, a pitch that just got away from Parson, trying to be too fine with that fastball to such a dangerous hitter.
This game has the makings of a 13-11 type of game, with all the traffic on the bases, the 2 top hitting and scoring teams in the Big South, and bullpens that have been taxed to get to this point.
It's going to be interesting when we get to the middle of this deal, and I think you're right. High scoring might be an understatement for both sides.
Jordan walked and scored his last time up. That was a home run swing, if any. I'll give Julian Parson credit because that first inning could make many freshmen crumble. And here he sits composed in the second inning.
99% of freshmen don't make it out of that inning. Probably another 75, their career may not recover because of the whiplash of what took place.
And here he sits 1 pitch away from escaping the inning. Logan Jordan and this Campbell offense have set a program record 108 home runs this year. And they have benefited with the Babin home run in the first inning, making it 5-4. Now Jordan goes opposite field towards us. You know, if not for that net, Cole, I swear you and I would have caught that.
We could have had a couple souvenirs, but for safety ruins a little bit of fun, but rightfully so, as we've seen some shots.
I bet our director Jordan would have caught it. He seems pretty hands-on. Or producer Rick. I bet Rick would have grabbed it. Here we go, 1-2. On the inning for Julian Parson. That gets just a bit shorter with the punch out. Parson touches the outside corner. And his first strikeout of the game is a big one. We go to the 3rd inning. What a battle brewing in the Big South elimination final. Campbell up 1. Beautiful night in High Point, North Carolina. Big South elimination final, Campbell and USC Upstate. We've noted the animosity in this series. 10 meetings in the last 2 years. Well, now something has to give. One of these teams is moving on to the championship final. And it may not be a better matchup than the two top teams from day one of the regular season.
It's fun to see them both in a game that means so much. Both teams on the brink of elimination, on the brink of their season coming to an end, as that one will be laid off by Collison. But you feel the energy in the building.
Ground ball stays fair. Look at Pearson snag it and find his pitcher, Beamer, covering. Those PFP drills have played a big factor today.
Look, Beamer looking very comfortable on a play that's not very easy. The first baseman, Pearson, shown quite a bit of athleticism defensively in this tournament. This is a great play, slows it down and delivers a nice, easy ball for the pitcher, Beamer, to grab on his way over to first base for the out.
This slots in Troy Hamilton in the middle of this upstate order. Not a team driven by the long ball. Instead, a team that has capitalized on the double. 106 two-baggers for Mike McGuire's offense. And a team that's led the conference in doubles the last 2 years. This is a strength of upstate. And in the ballpark like this, 400 dead center, relatively deep, this would play to more of a get them on, get them over, get them in lineup.
It does. In a big ballpark, if you play here, you understand doubles play in this park. The gaps are huge. It plays a lot better than a team that plays in a small ballpark that hits a lot of fly balls and then comes here. Those turn into outs. Now, Campbell, they've got some big boys in that lineup that can hit it out.
We saw that in the first inning.
Of any park. But the doubles, there's plenty of room for them.
So Jonathan Beamer will look to, we noted these big outings from him. In his last appearance, maybe one of his best on the mound. Gave up just 1 run in 4 innings. Now, these are different type of innings. You know, it's like, I'll give you 5 regular season innings, and that's worth like 30 postseason innings. You know, it's hard to translate, and yet he looks comfortable.
Maybe he just needed the bright lights to turn on to bring out the best in him. Focus up, because here there is no room for error. There's no room to take a pitch off.
This ball's touched to center. Halstead got a late read on it, and it clears his head. Talk about the double, maybe a chance for 3 as Hamilton gets the turn, and he's in there with a head-first triple. Did Halstead lose that ball?
I think he did. It's a tough time of day. It's not quite nightfall yet. The skies are dark blue, light gray. It's easy to lose a baseball at this time. And Halstead off the bat just absolutely freezes, which is the right thing to do. If you lose it, he's looking for it, can't find it. By the time he gets moving, that ball's 2 to 3 steps beyond him. And from 400 feet to dead center, I think you're right. Triple all the way around.
Well, that's the spark USC Upstate needed. 21st triple of the year for the Spartans. And McIntosh goes right back. No, that is foul. Okay. You wonder, 1 out. Campbell's playing back defensively. Do you try the squeeze here if you're Cameron McIntosh?
Not a bad idea.
We noted Charleston Southern earlier today led the Big South in sac flies and sacrifice bunts. With this defense, it does present an opening here for USC Upstate.
It's a great pitch. Just off. I agree with the call, just off the plate, but to your point, this turf plays very slow. It's a great place to lay down a bunt. It will die right in the place you want it to end up, kind of in no man's land, halfway down each foul line if bunted properly.
Goes right back to the pitcher. He tosses to the plate, and Babin protects the tying run.
There hasn't been a play in this game that hasn't been exciting. You have a triple, a chance for Upstate to tie it up here in the top of the 3rd. Beamer working so hard, gets the weakly hit ball right back to him on the breaking ball and the heads-up awareness to deliver to Babin, and he does what catchers do best, hide the plate, eliminates the lane, and that's a heck of a play to get Hamilton.
We've seen 2 athletic plays from Jonathan Beamer in this inning, covering first and covering the comebacker. Earlier in the week we mentioned this, but the mound here at Truist Point is an all-turf mound. It's a 5-piece configured equation, if you will. It's all plug and play like a puzzle. I'm wondering how pitchers find their footing in these all-turf mounds. You can literally see parts of the turf that come together and make the final equation.
It definitely is different. There's pitchers that like to dig out a hole at the top by the rubber to get a little bit better grip, and on a turf mound, obviously you're not able to do that. The grip is very different.
And Beamer's using his regular spikes, not going rubber. Some schools like the screw-in shoes, and Campbell's elected to go with the metal sneakers. As this throw gets away, maybe the footing a factor there. Little pinball into the corner, and that's an easy advancement first to third.
There's a lot of foul territory for balls to get away on pick moves. Both teams are going to have to be careful. Upstate hasn't had one get away, but there's been opportunities that were saved by Buckner.
He literally slipped on that throw.
It's an adjustment period. I like the call to go with the metal spikes, go with what you're comfortable in. You're also going to get more leverage and power out of the ground with a metal spike that is going in versus a turf shoe that kind of just rests you on top of the surface.
Upstate with a chance to tie this game in the top of the third. Damon Maynard, who has been clutch defensively. A couple nice throws behind the plate, wanting to add to his 9 RBI. That'll do it. Opposite field base hit, and we're knotted up at 5.
And Beamer able to work his way out of a big situation with the comebacker, but digs himself right back in with the throwaway, moving the runner McIntosh into scoring position. This ball's an absolute shot out to right field off the bat of Maynard. I don't even think you have a chance to go first to third if you don't throw that ball away down the line. It's first and second, but instead, Upstate finding a way to capitalize and knotting it up at 3 in the third, pardon me.
Makes you wonder the risk reward of that pickoff throw, right? Because you do have a chance to catch the runner. On the other hand, okay, you give him second base, let's say. Is that worth the benefit of trying to pick off the runner if the mistake happens?
At times, it's more just trying to slow down the running game as a whole. A good pick game early can make base runners a little bit gun shy, a little uncomfortable. You're not going to get the same kind of jump, but not much of a chance to get him on the ball he threw away, going back to your point.
And in games like this, where every run is sacred, and this series has been really tight in this tournament, you'd hate to just give away runs. We saw how the mistake by the pitcher covering last inning for Upstate, Julian Parson almost had that play, and then 5 runs came in later. Not it's all in one moment, but it can certainly open the floodgates.
Especially when there's a dangerous offense, that one moment turns into a crooked number, and we've seen it many times. If you're going to compete at this level, you have to take care of the baseball. These are 2 offenses that will slug the baseball. Gaps, home runs. You need to take the outs at hand.
So Jack Hennessy, his second plate appearance, and we're only in the 3rd inning. We noted how offensive-minded these teams are. Both hit .298 or better during the regular season. This is the creme de la creme of the Big South. And that foul ball brings the runner back to first. This is the Ingles of the Big South Conference, the finest and the most profound in the conference. Now what does Jonathan Beamer have up his sleeve? Gave up the tying run. And surrenders the ground ball. That'll end the inning. Ari's there to make the play. So through 2.5, it's 5-5. And you'll see this Campbell offense led by Connor Denning when we return.
There's not a secret to what actually happens behind the scenes at a bank. Here at First Citizens, we're trying to educate the client in each step of what's actually going to happen and actually have them make the educated decision around what steps and what options they utilize. We want to become that trusted advisor that actually guides them down that road, helping you reach your goals. That's Forever First.
Well, folks, it's only 8 a.m. and it's going to be another hot one. Today's high is 85 degrees with lows ranging in the upper 50s. Tomorrow's more of the same, plus some light wind coming in from the northeast. Coming up at 8:30, Paul's got an exclusive.
Babe, it's 8 a.m.
Fried chicken, better with Pepsi.
Welcome back to High Point, North Carolina. Pepsi presents What Fans Like. Pepsi, proud sponsor of the Big South Conference. Make sure to get your ice-cold, refreshing Pepsi today. Pepsi, that's what I like. I want to know what the joke was said between these two fans. Maybe it was, hey, I'm on the video board. Go look at me. These two programs have been not only top-notch in the Big South, but have been the Big South's calling card the last 3 years. Campbell with 3 trips to the NCAA tournament. Upstate has been, just last year, within the final 5 of an at-large berth, the last 5 out. Okay, I know what that fan likes. She likes being on the video board. And I believe that's Zach Neto's mother, Maggie Neto, if I recall. The energy kind of makes sense now, right? You know, you learn things from your mother and father.
He's got to be a fun kid to watch play.
So, we move to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Give it a moment for Julian Parson to get warm, and Connor Denning gets things started.
Connor Denning.
With these switch hitters like Denning, it's a unique case study. What's the better option for Denning at the plate? Well, from this left side of the plate, his average is 290. From the right side, his average drops below 240. Why is he a better hitter from this side of the plate?
Oftentimes you're going to see the ball better from one side. One side's going to be your natural side, and you're just going to be more comfortable there. But I think what it really boils down to is, as a lefty, growing up as a switch hitter, you're going to see a lot more right-handed pitching on a daily basis. There's just not that many lefties that are elite pitchers. There's less lefties at the Division I level than there are right-handers. So on a daily basis, even this year.
And Connor is a natural right-hander. He writes right-handed, he eats, all that fun stuff, and he's actually a better left-handed hitter.
It's all about practice, reps. How many pitches have you seen from each side? And as a left-handed hitter, Denning probably sees at least 2/3 of his action from that side, and you can go games or more at times not seeing a pitch from the right side.
Cole, you were a right-handed hitter, not a switch hitter in your career. I wonder if there's anything to the logic of your right hand is dominant, so is the bottom hand that brings the power and the coordination. Does that play a factor for a switch hit?
The swings work with different dynamics. Oftentimes there are exceptions, but you'll see hitters from that hit completely differently.
Like this base hit as Denning starts the 3rd with a single.
Denning absolutely gets through the zone, and it does. The dynamics will work different. Essentially, the swing works the same, but there'll be different dominant factors in the swing. And to be a good switch hitter such as Denning takes so much practice and preparation, because essentially you're doing double the workload hitting from both sides.
So Denning adds on to his nice senior season. That's now his 60th hit. Campbell has 6 players with at least 60 hits. That's kind of hard to fathom this late in the year. Elimination final, you win and play Charleston Southern tomorrow. A loss, and these teams go home a little disappointed at the end of the regular season. We asked Justin Hare this week, what is the expectation? And I said, I don't want the coach answer. What is the true expectation? And he said, if we're not in the Big South final, that's a disappointing season.
I agree with them. As good a season as they had, as dominant as they were, I would agree.
Because how the national RPI slates, Campbell's at 57 in the RPI. USC Upstate is just outside the top 100. Neither of these teams will make the tournament unless they win a conference title. Last year, Campbell got in as an at-large at 37 in the RPI. Upstate was in the RPI of 48 and just missed the tournament by a couple, maybe the last 4 or 5 out was their strike 2.
They were a dangerous club last year, a team that I think if they get in could have caused some havoc in a regional. They were that talented. Tough for a season to end that way.
Drake Pearson awaits the 1-2 from Parson, who has really settled into this start. This might stay in play here for Buckner. And it jumps out of play. Really big foul ground here at Truist Point. We're at High Point, North Carolina, within miles of the High Point campus. And you see some of the infielders joking. You know, McIntosh is like, hey, someone help me out. Tell me where I'm going.
It was a great job by the bullpen. One, get out of the way. Clear the room for your defenders. But two, give them guidance. Make them feel comfortable as they're running full speed towards a mound, a wall, a bunch of obstacles.
Damon Maynard with a rare mistake, and that allows Denning to head all the way to third. One of the best defensive catchers in the Big South gives away 180 feet. Now the ball keeps skipping around the infield. Got to be careful here.
That play essentially the same as the pick play we saw get away from Beamer last half. Is it worth it? I don't know. He's able to get Waldy in the first, escape an inning. This ball just sails arm side on Maynard, gets away from him. And
well, you noted the technique. It's that lean and turn, which when it's perfect is awesome. But at the same time, there's that risk of overextending and maybe missing your target.
If you don't finish that throw, that's what you're going to get. A ton of arm side run. That ball's going to take off.
And think of Yadier Molina, one of the best defensive catchers maybe ever in the big leagues. His ability to snap throw to first is a game changer. That time, Maynard couldn't convert.
No, it's still huge, though. I expect him to be aggressive. He's that good, and when you have that in your back pocket for a catcher, you're stealing 2, possibly 3 steps off of a base runner's secondary lead.
And as Pearson fights off this 2-2 pitch, the crazy nugget about Maynard behind the plate, he broke his hand and was out for 6 weeks in the regular season, yet has come back and become a catcher who's been elite defensively, and we've seen that for most of tonight.
And to maintain that arm strength during that period, very impressive. Come back, handle a heavy workload, and stay healthy coming off of injury to get thrown in to such a big role with a lot of action on the arm. Says a lot about the preparation in the return.
The fifth-year senior there secures strike 3 from the true freshman, and now the first out. Which, let's be frank, this out for the true freshman could set up the bullpen. It keeps Campbell off the board and maybe allows to extend the inning as Babin, who's been so dangerous at the plate, steps in.
Number 9.
Babin's seeing it well. He struggled a bit early in the tournament, but this swing, unbelievable.
That's a senior who hit 1 home run in his first 4 years. He's now hit 13 of them. Lucky 13. How do you explain that growth and power from one year to the next?
I think it's a simple answer. When we're just zoomed in on him, this view is great. Look at the body he's developed. He's built himself into a powerful athlete over the course of a college career, hard work in the weight room. He's built himself for those moments.
Wait a second. You always got to hold your breath on a possible wild pitch. I think for both cases, Maynard and Denning at third.
And in talking to Coach Hare, speaking of building his body, they talk about Coach Matt Rodriguez, the strength coach, how big of an impact he's been. This guy travels with the team. He's in the dugout for every game. They bring a weight room on the road.
It's a mobile weight room. It's seriously, in the parking lot.
A baseball team, you wouldn't see this 10, 15 years ago. That focused on strength and conditioning is why they're so physical.
The Camels call it the meat wagon. It is a fully industrial truck that travels around with the team. They do weight workouts in the morning, post pictures on social media. sort of a game changer for rehab and then continued strength 55 games into the season.
It's impressive.
Can we get a workout out here? Bring the meat wagon to right field with us.
I think those weights might be a little bit heavy for me at this point.
I wouldn't be against a body weight workout as Babin pops this up.
I mean, you look at this Campbell club, they're a physical bunch. It feels like you're walking next to a football team. There's guys that look like linebackers.
And that's why this team has hit 110 doubles and 108 home runs. That doesn't come from timing and athleticism. There has to be some power behind it.
Well, you do have to have the power and the bat speed. What's funny is it all circulates right back to timing because no matter how strong you are, you have to get barrel.
There's a good barrel into foul ground. And giving chase, running out of room there was Myers.
Myers did a great job navigating that interesting foul area. It disappears quickly, and then the slanted low wall with the bullpen bench. Got to be careful as an outfielder, but that one just out of range.
The bullpen didn't clear the gates that time. It was more like, hey, man, you got it over there. Good luck. With action warming in the pen, the true freshman Julian Parson forces another pop fly. It's 9 o'clock, and we're in the third inning of an elimination game. What must Charleston Southern and Coach Mark McMillan be thinking right now with ample time before the noon championship final, watching these teams drag it out?
You got to love it. You got to love it. You want it to be a slugfest. You want both teams dragged out, beat up when you get them tomorrow.
As Babin works out the walk, because whichever team wins tonight will have to defeat Charleston Southern twice to win the conference title.
The only thing you do worry about is either one of these teams finding their offensive identity, because I think in large, Charleston Southern heavily favored. The offensive attack has been absolutely outstanding, and both of these teams struggling. We know the talent is there, not able to put it together. If they find it, the talent is there for them to present problems for a potential doubleheader with Charleston Southern tomorrow.
The last time a Big South tournament went to the winner-take-all elimination final, 2010. So it's been 12 years, partly due to the league not having the double elimination format for a couple seasons. But 12 years ago, Coastal Carolina held on to win the title. As Arias pokes a bunt towards first, that'll bring in a run, and he's safe. Whoa, Devin Buckner wants the challenge. Let's see if his teammates grant it.
Either way, what a play by Arias. Just laying the bunt down, sacrificing his at-bat, and that's going to be close, but the good hustle gets the call on the field. Will there be enough to overturn?
And my apologies, just to clarify a nugget. That was 2008, the last double elimination tournament. 2010, it was considered a forfeit with some NCAA violations after the fact, but in 2008, Coastal Carolina lost the first game and then came back to beat Liberty the second time, 9-2, part of Gary Gilmore's dominance at Coastal. So keep in mind, the call on the field is safe. Okay, here's the best angle right here. Is that enough to overturn it?
I don't think so. It looks like the ball might. It's so tough to tell. It's even a harder call for an umpire. Jeff Francis really.
Okay, so take us through the mindset. If you're Jeff Francis, you are listening to the base, right? And then looking at the glove?
No, you are looking at the base and you're listening for the pop.
Oh.
So it's just backwards there. But on a ball that's flipped, the pop's a bit quieter, the stadium's loud. And it's always interesting, but if there is a bobble on the infield, for some reason, it tends to favor the base runner. I don't know how that works out if the umpires
get caught in the emotion of the play, if you will.
Right, it's hard not to, right? It's a loud game.
Okay,
this
here
play
we
is
go.
big as any, and I think it's simultaneous. That's too close for me to overturn it.
The call on the field is safe.
Correct.
So let's see. These are the exact angles the umpires are looking at, by the way. So everything you're watching on ESPN Plus, the umps are seeing the same thing. Will Presswood, our crew chief, along with Joe Francis, J.R. Brown, and David Pritchett. Okay, so here comes the official ruling. So the call stands. David Pritchett makes the call. Him and Joe Francis look it over. And now Mike McGuire makes the slow walk out to the mound for a pitching change. I'm not sure if this decision would change his mind, but USC Upstate is now going to the bullpen in his third inning.
I don't think the play at first impacts it at all. You have your matchups that you feel comfortable with, and you have the matchups that you don't. It'll be curious to see what Coach McGuire is thinking here with what's going to be a first and second situation with one out and the 9-hole guy Halstead coming to the plate.
Mike McGuire, who was hired just 2 months after the start of COVID, he took over this program and had very little time to rebuild USC Upstate. Ever since, they have posted the most wins in the modern era, 37. And now this season have another second-place finish. This has been a huge growth for USC Upstate.
It has, and to come in at that period of time when essentially nobody on the planet knew what was going to take place and build a program, his philosophy is working.
We'll take the timeout for the pitching change. New arm for USC Upstate. We'll introduce him when we come back. Welcome back to Truist Point here in High Point, North Carolina. Hercules Tires is the official tire of the Big South Conference, and for over 65 years, providing tires with an unbeatable quality and an unmatched value. So whatever the vehicle, whatever the terrain, Hercules Tires invites you to ride on our strength. For a real tire near you, visit HerculesTires.com. Guess we have some tires to take on our next trip to Truist Point tomorrow for Championship Saturday. Meanwhile, USC Upstate, they're treading the tires of the bullpen. New arm out of the pen. And this is where things can get interesting. Both teams 2 to 3 arms deep. And you see Matthew Murphy warming up. Only his 21st inning of the year. This is where things get dicey because neither team has a litany of experienced arms. So who's going to grow up in this moment?
Someone's going to have to. This is when these tournaments get interesting. Oftentimes, coaches find themselves coming upon future stars of their program that grow up in these big moments. They excel in the situation, and that confidence is what propels them into essentially stardom the rest of their career because they already have succeeded on the biggest stage. Are they prepared? Not necessarily, but if you have the mental makeup, oftentimes you can surprise yourself.
So Campbell scored on that fielder's choice, making it 6-5. What a tough task for the new arm out of the pen, Matthew Murphy. We had wondered earlier today, Kevin Davis, the all-conference closer, pitched the final inning of the earlier game in this doubleheader for Upstate. I wonder if he's available late in this final game, elimination final here on a Friday night. Tyler Halstead goes after the first pitch. Little squibber to first. And nice coverage from the newly inserted pitcher.
And I've got it written down as better than nice coverage for Murphy. He has to get off the mound immediately and essentially take a great angle to outrun the fastest runner in this Campbell lineup and able to beat Halstead to first base.
9 out of 10 in your eyes?
Yes.
Or what's the score on the card? Got to save those nuggets for my scorebook later tonight.
It's a huge play. If he hesitates for a split second, it's bases loaded, 1 out with the top of the lineup. So huge play. Now he's a pitch away from getting out of it.
Jared Belbin, who has walked twice in this game, a game that'll come down to bullpens the rest of the way. Last year's elimination final between Campbell and Gardner-Webb was 14-11. I have a feeling this game might be in a similar stratosphere when we get closer to the 9th inning. And then think of the mental hurdle you have to face tomorrow against Charleston Southern. I know tonight's the most important story, but at the same time, both coaches have noted whatever arm it takes to win this game will be thrown. It does not matter the plan tomorrow.
It doesn't. It's all hands on deck. They're willing to win the battle and essentially lose the war if they have to, because that's the problem that you need if you're in the elimination bracket. It's all about making it to tomorrow. If they have to throw position players because they're out of arms, that's a better option than not getting to show up to the ballpark.
Belbin has 4 hits in this Big South tournament, including 3 in his last game against Gardner-Webb. That was at 11 o'clock this morning. And I believe if Maynard squeezes that ball, it's strike 2 instead, 3-1.
I'm surprised he didn't get the call anyway. That breaking ball is mid-thigh right down the middle, but you're exactly right. It has to be the drop by Maynard that loses Murphy that call.
This pop-up should end the inning. Myers drifts over, and he's got it. Campbell strands 2. They do score the go-ahead run, and it's 6-5 through 3 innings. Buckle up for a long night. Elimination final coming up next.
Hercules Tires, Neto, and Source One.
Welcome back to Truist Point here in High Point, North Carolina. Ingalls is a proud sponsor of this Big South broadcast. And what a contest we have so far. 6-5 in this 3rd inning. Give a ton of credit to these two teams battling it out tonight. Very competitive game because clearly, Cole, early on, Upstate threw the first punch. 4 runs right away, forced run out of the game. Yep, there's Charleston Southern waiting in the wings. Who's next? And then Campbell comes back with 5 runs of their own, and that sort of leaves this quagmire of who's going to fight back next.
And since we've seen both teams essentially trade blows in the third, one for Upstate in the top.
It's all
one
about
for
the
Campbell
jab, uppercut.
answering back. Did you expect anything less?
You have a USC Upstate program that set its program record, modern record, 37 wins last year. With 35 wins this year, this would be the best two-year stretch in Upstate history. Campbell has won 4 straight regular season titles in the Big South. This is mano-a-mano in the elimination final.
That's why it's a ton of fun. The people are here to see it. It's loud. It's intense. So far, possibly surpassing the expectation of what we would get in this game with these two teams and all the history between them.
That's a good scoop by Jared Belbin and some of the new pieces in this rivalry. Belbin there to make the play.
That's a big play by Belbin. Not your typical third base arm. About average, but he makes up with it with fantastic footwork, great reads off the bat, and there's a big first 2 steps by Belbin to position himself to work across the diamond.
And every time we see Belbin on camera, he's smiling. Whether it's the pickoff attempts, the ground balls, I don't know how you could have this much fun in this stressful of a game.
You have to. You have to find a way. The second you let this game get to you, it'll absolutely eat you up, because as talented as anyone is, let's use Neto as an example, going to be a first-round draft pick. This moment is still bigger than anything in his career, anything he can accomplish on his own.
And correct me if I'm wrong, since he didn't attempt the pitch, it's a no pitch, right?
Correct. You can bail out of your windup as long as you don't attempt to throw.
I mean, he did
the
everything
baseball.
but attempt to throw in that time.
Really pretty impressive he was able to hang on to the baseball.
I mean, look at this. How did he not throw the ball?
And you see that back spike of the front foot just catch about halfway down to the landing area.
And then he throws a beautiful slider like that.
What's impressive, he doesn't let it get in his head. A new mound, a different circumstance that
this is an all-turf mound. And Beamer, using his metal spikes, has lost his footing a couple of times today.
That's the last thing pitchers need, is a new element introduced that can play mind games.
Noah Myers in the heart of this order. He had a home run in the game earlier against Charleston Southern. And I love the throwback baggy pants. That reminds me of yesteryear with some of the great players. Has an old school approach at the plate. He's called the team grinder in the box. But he can't catch up to that one.
Big answer back from Beamer. Embarrassing at times when you stumble.
I mean, a ginger beard one is just a sign of mental toughness. But then when you're facing great stuff like this, good luck.
That's tough. 94, middle of the plate. It looks like Beamer may have his best stuff tonight. Definitely, probably the outing of the year for him stuff-wise. Now, can he maintain over an extended workload? That remains to be seen, but he's provided much-needed stability after the rough start Campbell got off to on the mound.
Ever since the start of May, and this is 5 outings now for Beamer in the month, he has thrown 10 2/3 innings. He's only surrendered 1 run. This for a pitcher who had a career ERA in the 6s entering this month. It's crazy how the last month of a senior season can unlock some greatness.
Sometimes it takes others a little bit longer to figure it out, a little bit longer for it to click. And you mentioned it earlier, but this is a kid that was drafted. The stuff is there. Sometimes that gets to your head and you want to go somewhere and you try to overachieve. You reach back for extra, and all it does is break down your delivery until you can't get it back. And we saw the stumbles command-wise, the fastball in the mid-90s. It does have the makings of a guy that maybe at times tried to do a bit more than he was capable of. But the theme for Campbell so far, less is more. Get out of your own way. Allow your talent to take over. So far, he's been able to do that.
And add a strikeout to his totals. Back-to-back Ks for Jonathan Beamer as he maintains a 1-run lead. Let's go to the bottom of the 4th. Elimination finals up to a good one as Beamer adds on with 4 strikeouts.
Upstate, It's where global commerce and nature's beauty live in harmony. It's where the next generation of leaders is rising. It's $500 million to our economy each and every year. Perhaps most important, it's where lifelong bonds are forged. It's our time. It's our place. It's our pride. It's our university.
We are not merely an institution of higher education. We are transforming lives and empowering students to become leaders.
Leaders in our communities,
in our state, and throughout the world.
Leaders in innovation.
Leaders in service to our neighbors.
Join our movement. Join our community. Join our mission. Lead with purpose. Lead with Campbell.
Okay, now this is the fun of the Big South Conference tournament. Send the kids out to the playground, let them go to work. I mean, baseball's stressful. This is where life is perfect.
And that's where you have to give credit to the venue. What a beautiful playing surface, but the playgrounds, the rocking chairs.
Okay, the rocking chairs. So you and I sat in the rocking chairs yesterday. We fell asleep for like 30 minutes in those chairs, having a grand old time watching baseball.
Your nap wasn't quite as long as mine. I was about as content as I've ever been. You got to give credit where it's due. The stadium is beautiful. They've outdone themselves in a great place to not only watch a ball game but hang out and be around such awesome fans.
It's the first year of the Big South tournament being hosted here at Truist Field, the home of the High Point Rockers Independent League team. 2, 3, 4 in the Campbell lineup, including Zach Neto hits second in this order. Lawson Harrell had maybe the biggest hit of his season just a few hours ago, eliminating Gardner Webb with a walk-off single. And that sent Campbell into this game, a 4-3 win. He grew up 5 minutes from Gardner Webb University and sent his home team home packing. Now he looks to bunt his way on, and a great job by Buckner to keep his foot on the base.
Good attempt by Harrell. I like the idea. Try to kickstart the offense, get something that doesn't require a hit in the natural sense of things, lay down the drag bunt, but that one, the direction just not quite there as Murphy's able to get over to it and throw him out at first base.
So Zach Neto, who now with a base hit has extended his hit streak to 28 games. In the last 2 months of the year, maybe no hotter hitter in the country than Zach Neto.
Sitting dead red breaking ball. That was a big swing on a breaking ball that didn't break much, hung. And I think if it does break a touch more, Neto might be all over it. Sometimes you can benefit from a breaking ball that doesn't exactly do what it's supposed to.
He was the first player since 2005 to be named back-to-back Big South Player of the Year. A high honor for a potential first-round draft pick coming up this July, who clearly has reached expectations, preseason Player of the Year. He's now hitting over 400, which is top 50 in the country, and is playing like one of the best athletes, players in college baseball.
And I'll take it a step further. I think he surpassed expectations because the schedule that Campbell played up front was so tough, and this was a guy that, while things weren't going well, was still finding a way to be productive. He doesn't get cheated. And to even be in the running for Player of the Year after being chosen Player of the Year.
And you won the award in 2015, Cole, as Big South Player of the Year. Winning it once is difficult. Doing it twice is even harder.
It's nearly impossible, especially when your offense starts out sputtering. You need a team of bats to hit behind you, or you're not going to get pitched to at all. He largely didn't, was very patient early. The power numbers came when the middle of the order bats started performing behind him.
And Neto continues to hit the ball hard. You noted that non-conference schedule. Campbell's non-conference strength of schedule ranked 16th in the country. Those opponents, West Virginia, top 50 national team, Liberty in the top 50 RPI, and the likes of NC State, ECU, who might be a regional host this year. And then the Duke Blue Devils, that has prepared Justin Hare's team after a 1-6 start to be ready for this moment.
This moment exactly when there's a ton of talent, there's a ton on the line. I mean, essentially, when you play those teams up front, you're playing with your season on the line. You need to perform well in case you have moments where you come up a little short in the conference tournament and you know you're a dangerous team that can get to a regional, do damage there. They're built for the postseason, but will they be able to get there?
And that's been the chatter from Justin Hare all year long, the Big South Coach of the Year. He wants his team to be ready for this moment. Now that you're here, it gets a little more interesting, right? Because all the chatter leads up to this exact point in elimination final. As Neto goes down on the fastball. What a pitch from Matthew Murphy.
We've seen a couple Ks from Neto in this tournament. It's very uncharacteristic, but when it's come, it's been on the fastball with 2 strikes on the outer half. Neto, I don't think, expecting that pitch and not able to catch up. If you're not sitting fastball, it gets on you in a hurry. And a great pitch from Matthew Murphy to complete the strikeout.
Campbell has scored all 6 of its runs as unearned gifts in this game. 2 costly errors for USC Upstate. And Logan Jordan was a big part of that. Walked and scored in a 5-run first. Started out as a slugfest, and this game has taken a turn here in the 4th inning.
I have to be honest, though, it's a tough. The error in the first was a tough call. Anytime you get an error on a diving play, Buckner, the player you're referencing, lays out in the 4-hole and rushes a delivery to his pitcher, breaking
Parson
towards
just
the bag.
Couldn't field it perfectly.
It was tough to receive. I think very easily could have also been ruled a hit, a tough ruling, but Campbell takes advantage of it either way.
And it's also forced this crowd to be on edge the last few innings. We haven't heard the same explosiveness, energy from 2 teams that have played 10 times in 2 years. Jordan smokes a 2-out base hit.
It's good to see Jordan getting involved, struggling a bit earlier today. A couple big situations where wasn't able to get the barrel through, wasn't able to move the runner, but on this pitch, gets those hands through on the inside fastball, sneaks it through the 6-hole,
Designated hitter.
and he's got a hit on the board.
Connor Denning.
Logan Jordan ended the season. He reached base in 12 straight games. So sometimes you wonder what stats will translate and what hot streaks will move forward. It looks like Jordan has found his touch. And now Connor Denning off the 6th Campbell hit of the evening. He goes right after the first pitch. We hear a lot in college baseball, especially from hitters with philosophy standpoint. If you're going to commit to being aggressive early, you want to see good swings and good approaches. What have you thought from Campbell's approach, especially being aggressive early today?
I think it's been the opposite of aggression compared to what we've seen. Has it been aggressive? Yes, but controlled as far as they're being disciplined in their approach and seeing it.
And flipping an opposite field. Line drive that's caught. What a snag by Noah Rabin, the all-conference outfielder. Might just stole a run. What a nice effort by Rabin. We go to the 5th inning. Look at Rabin getting on his horse and showing off the bunnies to keep this a 6-5 game.
Attention fans, the NCAA and the Big South Conference unite in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the passage of Title IX. This landmark gender equity law was passed in 1972, giving women more opportunities to play sports. The storied success and tradition of women's athletics on this campus and throughout the Big South would not have been possible without the creation of Title IX. We recognize this monumental anniversary of the Big South student athletes that
been a long week here at the Ingles Big South Championship, and two teams have their eyes set on a trip to the conference finals. Campbell and USC Upstate to face number 5 seed Charleston Southern. The only team to defeat these two programs, and we have a staring contest. Who's going to win? The camera or the player?
For the Spartans, designated hitter.
Don't blink,
number
Cole.
18, Noah Sullivan.
Oh, we got him.
I don't know. That was pretty.
I love it. That was pretty good.
Pretty good there. To be able to hold on the Zoom, pretty impressive.
There have been teams all week enjoying that staring competition. I like it. Makes it fun. Noah Sullivan to lead things off for USC Upstate. And he hits a skyrocket into the air. See Beamer holding that changeup grip even before he works on the rubber. Interesting. And then he plunks the leadoff man.
Oh, he is susceptible to the big miss, but oftentimes with pitchers, you'll see them holding, whether it's the stretch, the windup, they'll hold the toughest grip to get to, and that could be by the amount of fingers as you see that fastball get away. One more time, right in the shoulder. Not the worst place to get hit, but at 93, going to leave a mark, but he'll go back to holding that changeup even in the stretch, oftentimes because it requires more spins to get to that pitch if he holds a different one, and oftentimes that can be picked, or because he has to dig in the glove to get to that point, which can also be picked by the other team.
How about that breaking ball? So you work on all the grips to then throw a slider like that.
It's kind of a mind game. I mean, at times when I pitched, I held a split finger fastball in the stretch, and I didn't throw a split finger fastball.
Just to ease yourself into whatever pitch you were going into.
I needed left-handers to believe that I had a changeup type pitch in order to keep them off fastball.
And
now
you
we
were fastball slider.
Fastball slider. I was a 2-pitch guy, and we haven't seen and probably won't see a lot of changeup, if any changeups, from Beamer. But in holding it, does it work? I'm not sure, but in your head as a pitcher, it makes a lot of sense.
There are a lot of things in the heads of a pitcher. I don't want to go in that. God knows what's down there. Jonathan Beamer entered in the second inning. Actually closed out the first, in fact. Now gone 3 1/3. No earned runs allowed. Here's Easton Cullison, who gets hit by another pitch. How about this nugget, Cole? Campbell and USC Upstate have both been hit 100+ times. Two teams in one conference with 100 hit by pitches. That does not exist in college baseball. The Big South is the only league to do it. And then you carry that forward. 5 teams in the Big South are in the top 50 in hit by pitches.
It works. It creates pressure. It gives you free base runners. It takes you back to the game just earlier today between Upstate and Charleston Southern, when all the free passes led to the runs, a large majority of the runs they scored in that game without anything more than 2 hits, and one of those runs coming on a solo home run late. Now this inning, back-to-back hit by pitches, nobody out, first and second. Great. All they have to do is lay down a bunt, hit a ground ball to second base. It doesn't require a hit to tie up the game.
Let's see if Troy Hamilton tries to bunt here with nobody out. That's a hard pitch to bunt. Because the idea on this moment is to throw it up and in and challenge a hitter.
At times. There's a number of different things. Yes, the fastball up works. Oftentimes batters will drag their bat up and you'll create a weak fly ball bunt attempt. But the breaking ball works well because you can get batters to almost stab at it, and it more often than not will result in a strike than a popped up bunt.
So now with 2 strikes, I wonder how aggressive Mike McGuire will be.
It'll be interesting, but the breaking ball there from Beamer does its job as Hamilton goes to, just gets a little stabby with the barrel. It changes the angle of the bat. It gets a little bit steeper, and that leads to the bunt going foul.
This time of the year, execution in small ball is crucial. And you can't afford these mistakes for USC Upstate. Which makes me think Hamilton may try this again with an 0-2 count. Instead, a ball off the glove of Neto. A rare mistake sends in the tying run for USC Upstate. And we are back even at 6. How about that? Zach Neto with a rare mishap.
It's a huge mistake, and Neto will tell you he makes that play 99 out of 100 times. Yes, it's hit hard, but it's right at him. Has a chance glove side to make a pick as it gets away. Great base running from Sullivan, seeing that ball go to the outfield. He's going to come around to score. The throw actually almost gets away. The situation could have been worse. But if Neto fields that baseball, he knows in his mind it's a tailor-made double play. All he has to do is flip to Arias at second base, and it takes care of itself. And rushing to try to ensure that double play, not able to secure the baseball as it scoots into left center.
Well, now things have changed drastically in this inning. Go ahead run in scoring position, and another bunt is nearly caught by Belbin. That reminds me as a kid, I grew up in California. The way we trained to dive and slide, you may have done the same, Cole, is go to the beach and throw a baseball on the sand, and you just slide and go full out for it.
A little different than me. I grew up in Central California, Bakersfield, where it's hot, not a lot of sand. We actually used a slip and slide.
Oh,
so
I
we
like that.
Hose down the slip and slide, get out there at baseball practice, and
I don't know. I didn't realize there was enough water in Bakersfield to do that.
Well, you gotta be careful which day you do it.
There's a slash attempt taken for a strike. Some of the wicked action on Beamer's breaking ball. It is fun to watch that thing fall off the table.
It's not a pitch you want to hit. Oftentimes doesn't hang. There is no get me over breaking ball from Beamer. It's the best one every time. Occasionally it backs up on him, but when he gets it right, it is a sharp two-plane curveball.
Beamer's slider is clocked as the highest spin rate in the Campbell pitching rotation. Now he goes to the fastball. There's Logan Jordan. What was Jared Belbin doing there, the third baseman? He went up as if he was going to catch the ball, but it was way past him.
I don't know. To be honest, I just don't know what he was thinking, what he was doing, but what I do know is that was a beautiful sequence of pitches from Beamer. You get the foul bunt, understanding the slash may come. Upstate does like to go to the slash. You throw the breaking ball, so you get strike 2. But what you really want is a ball hit to the left side. You go to the fastball in, essentially forcing either a swing and miss, weak contact, or a ball to the left side, and that's exactly what they get on the weak fly ball.
What a stop by Babin. And the runner still takes off. And a double steal. Ooh, it both works. Mike McGuire pushing all the right buttons.
That's just a great read. Babin does everything he can to keep it in front of him. It's actually a heck of a block regardless if the base runners advance or not. That's in the left-hander's batter's box, but Colison gets a great jump. By the time Babin's able to come up with the baseball, the throw to second is long, and Babin, not known for his throwing, cannot get down there in time.
So that's advancing on a wild pitch, not a stolen base, worth noting. That has been a bugaboo for Campbell this year. In fact, the Campbells have allowed 94 stolen bases. They've also swiped 118 back. So you're in the plus minus, but maybe not the range Justin Hare would like to be. So the 1-1 is nubbed behind the mound. That'll score a run, and Neto has to hang on to it. A nearly impossible play makes it 7-6 Upstate.
We've seen a lot of the softly hit baseballs come to be base hits. I don't remember the last time I've ever seen more infield base hits than I have this week on this surface. and a ton of spin. Neto not able to get a grip on it as it bounces just sideways. I don't know that he had a chance at Maynard anyway with the tempo of that baseball, but this surface far from the fastest I've seen on the infield.
So, pitching coach Tyler Robinson comes out, and you see Neto with the mishap a moment ago. Now, that's not necessarily an error on that play, but 2 plays the Big South Player of the Year would love to have back.
I think he'd probably tell you the first one was an error. That one, not much he can do or die.
So, Tyler Robinson makes the pitching change, and Jonathan Beamer heads to the bullpen. We'll take the timeout as well here in the 5th inning. New arm for the Camels coming in as Upstate leads by 1. So Campbell goes to one of its high leverage relievers. Here in the 5th inning, it's Ryan Chassie, the first team all-conference reliever in his senior season. And Chassie, he did pitch earlier in this tournament. Yesterday threw 17 pitches. That wouldn't seem to be a factor, but clearly Justin Harris put his eggs in a big basket in this 5th inning.
Well, this is as important of a situation as Chassie's entered all year, season on the line, and with 17 pitches yesterday as a reliever, he's essentially on full rest. That won't factor in. He's a guy that bounces back very well from short outings. Oftentimes, we will see him in extended innings. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get into that 2 to 3 inning mark.
Because this is the do or die game.
It is.
Have to expend everyone tonight. If you try to plan ahead or think to tomorrow, one of these teams is going home.
All hands on deck.
Now let's see how creative Jack Hennessy can be in this at-bat. Facing a pitcher in Ryan Chassie who was voted a top 75 reliever by D1 Baseball. It's a Kendall Rogers poll. 191 career innings, so maybe as good as any in the Campbell pen versus Hennessy with end of the corners.
I couldn't agree more. He's so tough. It's a herky-jerky type of movement. A lot going on, a lot of movement in that baseball coming out. 91, 93, a guy that's usually in the strike zone, has adapted well to his role out of the bullpen, has been eating up crucial innings for Campbell all year.
In Big South Conference play, Chassie's been lights out. 12 innings against conference competition. He gave up 2 runs, a .79 ERA. He was a former weekend starter and converted into this hybrid bullpen role in his 4th season. And he works at the pace and the rhythm of a reliever, which I think fits him well in this spot.
And he's very emotional. He moves around a lot. I agree. I think he definitely fits the role.
This ball goes off the mid of Babin. Now Chassie covers, and he's late. So USC Upstate takes advantage of a passed ball through a 2-run lead.
The ball gets away from Chassie. It is a fastball. There's a lot going on, but Babin just doesn't give that fastball due credit as it gets away, and it's a foot race to home that Chassis a little late too.
And then Hamilton takes a knee to the head there. I think he's all right, but it's never fun. Okay, it is ruled a wild pitch. My apologies, not a pass ball.
And that's one of those like where you say net. That's not an error on Neto,
Okay,
but
that's a wild pitch. And Chassis' control has become an issue.
his outing the other day, not one of his best outings. Not going to look back upon that one.
No, he walked
favorably.
one. He hit a batter and was pulled after 1 out.
Hasn't had any time at all to fix what could have gone wrong other than to just flush the memory and move forward. And this is a heck of a spot for him to try and figure it out in.
So a walk in an inning that Upstate has one base hit. It's an infield single. Now things really get dicey.
Well, they've been bailed out. They went flat after that first inning. Huge start, 4 spot in the first. They hit everything hard. Haven't done much since. Largely has been created by Campbell. Misplays on the infield, a couple of wild pitches, some free passes.
And when Upstate started 4-0, we both sat here and went, oh boy, the Spartans may run away with this thing.
100%. If their bats get going while free passes are being given, they still might.
And Chassis works in a strike to Devin Buckner, the all-conference both catcher and first baseman for USC Upstate. He's a secret weapon who in late innings will move behind the plate for Mike McGuire. Coach McGuire loves his framing ability behind the plate and his bat, which is why Buckner stays in almost every inning of the season this year. What a spot for Upstate. 3 runs in this 5th inning, and with men at the corners, a real chance to do some damage. This 5th inning is the highest scoring inning for USC Upstate this year. Ooh, that's a good pitch.
That's a great pitch. I'm not sure where it missed, to be quite honest.
Babin's having a quick discussion there. I think that look says it all. The fan in the back, stressed with the hands on the head. Chassis, dying to know what pitch is coming.
Fans on both sides, very uncomfortable.
Buckner shoots one foul. I don't know, sitting with you in a booth for 7 hours, I feel pretty comfortable.
We got a great view. We get to watch baseball.
We learned a lot about each other this week. Alongside Cole Hallam, I'm Evan Budrovich. Thanks for joining us on ESPN+. Winner faces Charleston Southern tomorrow in the nationally televised Big South Final. And with double barrel action in the bullpen, this is a big moment for Ryan Chassis. And he gives up a ground ball. Could this be 2? Neto, the player of the year, gets the double play. Well, a couple of mistakes earlier. Neto gets it done himself this time.
That's when the big arm pays, is he bails them out of a tough situation in this one.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion, obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Citywide to countryside. Whatever you drive, wherever you go. Hercules Tires has the value, selection, and industry-leading protection to get you there, no matter where the road takes you. Hercules Tires. Ride on our strength.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion, obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
USC Upstate leads 8-6 here in the 5th inning. What a 3-run spot for the Spartans last frame. A reminder, get social with the Big South. You can join our always growing network of fans on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and more. Visit the Game Days updates at Big South Game Day. Follow, watch, like, and share with the Big South Conference. I wonder what fans are looking up right now. Scores around college baseball, maybe dinner plans later tonight or tomorrow morning.
Personally, I think they're looking at anything but this baseball game, trying to distract themselves and cool off that heart rate, because it is highly contested. It's back and forth, and it's anybody's game as we start to get into the thick of it.
That woman doesn't look as pleased looking at her phone. I mean, 2.5 hours in, this has been a heart-wrenching, back-and-forth affair.
Number 6.
That's the way you wanted it in an elimination final. Two teams with plenty of history. 11th meeting in the last 2 years. Campbell has won 9 of the first 10. And Upstate would trade all of those 9 meetings for a win here tonight.
Without a doubt.
Campbell would not even care about what's happened in the past if they can get back to a conference final tomorrow. As the home run leader in the Big South, Drake Pearson works ahead in the count. His growth has been an interesting case study in this Campbell lineup. Last season, Pearson appeared in 5 games. He had 1 hit. This year he has 17 home runs.
He's become a completely different hitter, has totally evolved in his approach, and is actually thinking his way through at bats. And when you can tell Drake Pearson is going good is when he has quiet takes. He has quiet eyes. He's seeing the baseball. When he gets jumpy, that's when he gets himself in trouble. Jumpy at earlier points throughout this tournament, but today it's been a lot quieter in the box for Pearson, and that bodes well for him, as you can't help but think his bat will have to play a factor if Campbell's to come out on top.
That's a patient take from Pearson, who now ranks 10th in the country in total slugging, behind Ivan Melendez, one of the best hitters in college baseball. Pearson's .764 slugging is really impressive. Melendez of Texas is first in home runs and slugging. Pearson is top 10 in slugging and top 25 in home runs, for a comparable comp, if you will. Looks like Matthew Murphy's ready to work on 2-1. And he gives up a snagging base hit. Just snuck through the glove of Cullison. And a leadoff hit. That's Pearson's second of the night.
And this pitch, a breaking ball, a pitch last year Drake Pearson had no chance on, but now the better refined version, able to get enough barrel on it, sneak it through the 6-hole. Big growth from the 6-hole hitter.
We buried the lead. The Big South leader in home runs hits in the 6th spot. Then the 5th-year catcher, who blasted his 13th home run of the year, hits in the 7th hole. Justin Hare's offense has a spoil of riches.
Does Babin have any magic left in that bat? Because this would be a great time for another one. And with the intent of doing so, with the big cut 0-0.
We asked Justin Hare, how do you explain the growth from 1 home runs to, at the time, 12 in his senior year? Hare mentioned Babin told him he wanted to sell out and get the most out of his body he possibly could. It was the greatest transformation Justin Hare has ever seen in 19 years of Division I coaching.
He's checked that box without a doubt.
And boy, did he provide his first time up. At the time, a go-ahead 3-run home run. And this was a bat that was not projected to start. The first month of the year, he was a reserve behind Grant Knipp, the Alabama transfer. Knipp goes down with an injury, and Babin slides in and has this breakout first-team all-conference year.
Sometimes that's all it takes is an injury. You're essentially one play away at any time as a baseball player from becoming a full-time starter. It comes down to, will you seize the moment and grasp the opportunity?
And Babin grounds one into the shift. There's the first out. Good coverage by McIntosh, the second baseman. To complete the story, Knipp hurts his hand against Old Dominion. And that night, Ty Babin hits his first home run of the season at ODU, top 50 RPI win. And from there, he never left the lineup.
Second baseman, number 8, Waldy Arias.
Matthew Murphy's worked 2 innings in relief of the true freshman Julian Parson. Neither of these teams have brand names available in the bullpen. It could be a hodgepodge of options. And that's what makes this elimination game interesting. Look at Pearson taking off for third, and he's got it. Aggressive base running from the San Diego product.
And not often do you see guys built like linebackers getting dirt ball reads, and the speed, once he gets there, easily able to slide into third.
There's where the slip and slide experience pays off.
It does pay dividends on turf, let me tell you.
And this is a relatively new turf, just 2-year-old ballpark here at Truist Point. Plays a little slower on the infield, and players said they had to take extra time this week practicing sliding into the bases. Because keep in mind, Campbell plays on a home turf in Buies Creek, North Carolina. Upstate plays on a natural grass surface, but they have played at multiple parks in the conference with turf.
There's so many turf fields nowadays. A lot of the kids grow up playing on turf fields at weekend tournaments. Most of them are used to it. It takes a couple reps to get used to the speed, and then you're pretty much good to go.
Arias, who grew up in the Dominican Republic, he moved to the United States at 8 years old up to New Jersey and really took off as a multi-sport athlete and a standout. He's now come back down to North Carolina and has found his senior savant season, starting 44 games and becoming a prime prospect at second base. He started games at both short, third, and second during his career. Super utility. And his growth was even tied to an injury. Bryce Arnold, the all-freshman team standout last year, hurt his ankle in the first month of the year. Arias comes in, and that solidified the whole Campbell infield.
It did. A guy we've seen everywhere defensively because he's so good on that side of the baseball, helping Neto come along as a shortstop, grow up quick. Waldy's leadership has played a huge role on this team. Not going to hit for the highest average, but so versatile and impactful on every side of the baseball.
And now he rockets one out to left. Look at that ball go all the way to the wall. Raven plays it on a hop, and Arias with the RBI double. His head coach, Justin Hare, called him an awesome dude, easy guy to cheer on. You can see why.
He is. The work ethic's off the charts, and to prove that point, Waldy could barely hit the baseball out of the infield last year. Not a power hitter by any means, and this ball, if it's a touch higher launch angle, that's hit 380 feet, but he lines it off, one hops the wall, and true to form, hustling out of the box, able to get into second with the RBI double.
Campbell now has 111 doubles and 108 home runs. Factor that in with 103 hit by pitches. I have never seen a team with 100 in all 3 categories.
It's impressive, and it's dangerous, but if they want to be really dangerous, this is the bat that needs to get going.
This is first-team All-Big South outfielder Tyler Halstead, who has entered a funk in this conference tournament. In fact, he started the tournament 1 for 8 at the plate.
A guy that didn't miss regular season, got his opportunity, seized the moment, hit everything thrown remotely close to the strike zone. When he's rolling, he turns this lineup over. It becomes so much more efficient.
Tying run at second in Arias here in the 5th inning. And a balk is called, so that pitch does not count. And the tying run goes to third base.
And Halstead's job gets a lot easier. They no longer need a base hit.
I believe that's about the set time, correct?
I think he just rolled right through set, rushed to the plate. It's getting loud. That can happen. But now Halstead, ground ball, big part of the infield. He hits the ball on the ground quite often. It fits his strength as being a speed player, not a guy that elevates a ton. When he does, typically it is a funk. that he's in. He needs to line something off or lower here to do the job of bringing in Arias from third base.
And that gets the job done. RBI ground out ties this game at 8.
That's exactly the bat you're looking for. You're in a funk, hit early in the count. Don't allow yourself to get 2 strikes. He gets a pitch he's able to handle. Oftentimes, players feel it's easier to roll over that ball, pull side.
And I don't want to undersell how good of a play that was by McIntyre.
It's huge. It's huge. He saves another runner from getting on base, especially a base stealing threat like Halstead, but I think all the attention there goes to the game-tying RBI to a player that in large part has struggled.
And while we say that, Halstead's reached base in 31 straight games. The team in that stretch is 26-5. There's a lot more that goes into winning than one player's success, but if you were to bookmark why Campbell has taken this step with a 20-3 conference record, it might just be the 9-hole hitter in Tyler Halstead.
I think it is. He's that important. Sure, he doesn't contribute a lot to the home run total, but if he's not on base, this lineup doesn't function. When he causes havoc, guys like Belbin get pitches to slug. Harrell gets pitches to slug. But when pitchers are allowed to settle in, these guys get pitched a lot more carefully. Pitchers are often more refined in having all the time in the world to deliver to the plate, and I think you're right. They need Halstead to go.
There's strike 1. Matt Murphy looks to quiet a Big South leading offense. Campbell scored 9 runs a game during the regular season. This game has all the makings of a double-digit battle. And that scoring offense put the Camels in rarefied air, 11th in the country. 9 runs a game, trailing Texas Southern for the nation's best. And here's a monster drive. There's 9 runs for the Camels on a go-ahead home run that exits the entire stadium.
I thought Babin's shot was huge, but this ball by Belbin, I believe, waves on its way by as it exits to the parking lot.
Wait for it.
That's fun. That is a huge monster shot off the bat of Belbin. He doesn't miss an ounce of that baseball.
And he
knows it. He knows it off the bat. Little skip, bat flip, and a smile from the leadoff slugger as that one disappears into the night.
That ball cleared the porta potties.
That's unbelievable.
Wow, what a shot from Belbin. Second home run of the tournament for Belbin. And a pitching change is now in hand, following Belbin's 17th home run of the year.
Well, it's ironic. Coming in, coaches are talking about how big this park is. We talked to Coach Hare on the call. He says, we hit about 87,000 balls into the parking lot in BP. They've added another one to the total.
Busy weekend to collect those home run balls for sure. Pitching change for USC Upstate. And Cole, now this inning has really changed the complexion of the game. Upstate was up by 2. Started with a single. Arias' double may have just shifted Campbell's offense? Question mark?
100%. Shifted by the bottom of the lineup, finding a way to get it done. But what's impressive is Campbell wasn't very chippy early in this tournament. It seemed like they were getting attacked. They were playing a little bit defensive. USC Upstate offense has done their job. They put up 4 in the top of the first. Campbell answers with 5. They put up 1 in the top of the third. Campbell answers with 1. And here in the 5th, the big 3 spot in the top by Upstate, we start to think maybe starting to break this game open, answered with authority with another 3 spot in the bottom of the 5th. They have answered back every time High Point has put numbers on the board. Upstate.
And that's why this elimination final has been a 3-hour heart attack for both fan bases, Campbell and USC Upstate. So the Burlington, Ontario native comes into the game. Ben Roberts, who did not pitch at all during this tournament, so his first appearance. He did throw against Campbell back on April 8th. 2 innings scoreless. Not many pitchers had success. Upstate allowed 42 runs in that series. Maybe one of the best was this arm right here.
And no bigger time. A team you know, a team you've had success against. It's a big moment. Not able to hold this Campbell lineup down forever. They're starting to emerge from their shell in the previous 2 games.
I thought you were going to say roll over the hump or something like that.
I'm not that creative.
I like the turtle reference, but you got to go more with the camel reference, or maybe the Spartan reference.
I'm on board.
Well, we'll think of something fun tonight. New arm for USC Upstate.
This is the game, though, I think we thought we were going to get, right? A slugfest, both sides coming to life, far from over.
Here at Truist Point in High Point, North Carolina, the offenses have come to play in this elimination final. Second home run for Campbell in this game. Upstate has 8 hits. Both teams scratching and clawing for runs tonight. And maybe more importantly, looking for outs from the pitching staff, because I don't know what each team has left.
I agree.
You and I do a lot of research coming into these games, but arms that are pitching now are not highly touted arms, not pitchers that you have huge innings of experience. These are arms that throw in Fall World Series and practices when no one sees it, and now they get tested in the biggest game.
You go from some of the smallest moments, the developmental moments, to the shining lights.
Oh, what a snag. Nope, just snuck under the glove there of Hamilton. And Lawson Harrell with a leadoff single.
It's got to be a tough transition, but as a pitcher, all you can ask for is an opportunity. It may come late, but if you perform here, you earn more innings. But when you leave it over the plate,
skipped off the mound too.
Well, and that's what's interesting. It's synthetic, and we've seen big caroms off of that mound.
This is true AstroTurf here at High Point, which is interesting. We were talking to some of the operations people in this ballpark. The entire turf will be ripped up on the infield and reapplied this summer. So 3 years in, there'll be a brand new turf surface, which means next year's conference tournament, if it stays here at Truist Point, could have a whole new perspective for the infield.
Wouldn't that be something?
Every year just change the turf a different color.
Where past experience does you no favors.
This tournament was previously held in Fayetteville, North Carolina, at the home of the Fayetteville Woodpeckers. And that was an all-grass surface, very natural field. Big ballpark, too. And the size of Truist Point has become a bit smaller with Campbell's home run offense. Maybe none better than this man right here. The 2-time all-conference standout, Zach Neto.
And, you know, with a couple defensive miscues, this is a guy chomping at the bit to have a positive impact on this game.
It's a healthy swing from Neto, who seems a bit late on the fastball today.
It's been odd. Usually he's not. He's a guy that, although will pull the baseball foul, doesn't get himself in trouble a lot out in front. But today it's been, you're exactly right, the complete opposite. The ball's gotten on him a lot quicker. Although Roberts is throwing low to mid-90s, it is firm.
Nice snag at third base. Ooh, and the throw is real tight. Neto and Buckner exchange pleasantries. So we go to the 6th inning. The go-ahead home run by Jared Belbin. And the Camels lead by 1. Gotcha.
That's the Big South online store at BigSouthSports.com.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. USC Upstate, last time the Spartans came to the plate, scored 3 runs and no ball left the inning. What a unique opportunity for this offense.
It is. You have to take advantage of what's in front of you, and sometimes it's a little bit more painful than others, but the runs count nonetheless.
A dink, a doink, and an error put Upstate ahead. And then wild pitches played a factor from Ryan Chassie. Not the prettiest brand of baseball, but it certainly works come playoff time.
Pretty doesn't pay at this point in the season. All that matters is the score at the end of 9 and extras if necessary. They've done a great job of finding a way to hang around, finding their offense in this one after a tough midday.
Remember earlier today, to your point, Upstate had 2 hits. Noah Myers had one of those with a home run, but 2 hits in a winner's bracket final. It's hard to bounce back.
It is. They didn't hit anything hard. They show up in the first inning of this one. They hang a 4 spot on nothing hit under 100.
Let's see how Zach Neto responds. And a pretty quick 6-3 put out. Something tells me the All-American Zach Neto is unafraid of a next ground ball.
That's it. We continuously talk, right, about what makes him special. You bring up these points, and it's like, yes, he's so special physically, but it's that mentality of he's still having fun. He's still smiling. A lot of shortstops pride themselves on defense. You make a miscue, all of a sudden the game's not fun anymore. You start to press. Neto able to clear the mind and move on.
Here's Noah Rabin in the middle of this Upstate order. 1 for 3, and that base hit in the first, to your point, jolted the Spartans for 4 runs early. Rabin on the first team all-conference outfield. You combine Campbell and USC Upstate as Chassie knocks that ball down. It'll result in the base hit. So you combine Upstate and Campbell, 15 members on the first team all-conference across the entire conference. Well, Upstate and Campbell had 11 of those 15 players.
It tells you how much talent is on the field right now, and Rabin, a big part of it as he sneaks that ball up the middle. Neto shifted drastically pull side. Otherwise, with his arm, I think he's got a chance at that baseball. But
do you like when pitchers reach out for that ball? Or would you rather it just sneak through?
This is the wrong answer. As a pitcher, yes, I absolutely love it. Try to field your position, take pride in it. As a level-minded, non-biased opinion, no, I absolutely hate it. It's the complete wrong play. Rely on your defense. It's why they play in the infield, because they can make that play. Your job's to throw strikes and force weak contact. Don't even think about touching the baseball.
Okay, so you pitched in college. Would you go for a pop fly on the mound, or are you clearing out for everybody else?
100%. I was an outfielder. I felt confident. Now, was that justified? Maybe, maybe not.
You were an All-American and Big South Player of the Year in 2015.
I wanted to touch the baseball at all times. Chassie, while not a two-way player, competitive as anyone you'll ever meet, he wants to touch the baseball anytime he can get his hands on it.
What is that breaking ball?
I think we may get a
–
batter's interference.
Batter's interference.
That's a huge play.
So Mike McGuire has questions. The batter is called out, and the runner has to return to first.
It was a tough look, but it looks like Sullivan on the follow-through.
Does he get in the way?
See the recoil just falls over the plate. Babin has nowhere to go. You obstruct that lane. That is a call we've seen made very often this year. It's been a focus of the umpiring crews.
We talked about the animosity between the two teams. That'll add a little salt, a little ignition to the fire.
100%.
Put a little kerosene on it, let it burn up in this 6th inning. So now, 2 outs and a runner at first.
That ball nowhere close, shows you just how tough the left-on-left matchup is for Collison and Chassie.
There's a reason Ryan Chassie was a first-team all-conference reliever. One of the toughest to hit in the Big South. Batting average against below 200. And he did not look good yesterday against Charleston Southern. What a nice bounce back today.
I mean, call it what it is. It looked bad terrible, one of his worst outings of the year. This is a guy that day in and day out is reliable. Both sides of the plate, he can get them both out. He's a starter, a weekend starter at that in years past. And he's bounced back beautifully.
He's one pitch away from getting through the sixth, and shutdown innings are one thing. But after a 3-run frame, to get this shutdown inning could mean a whole nother.
Zeros at this point at a premium. Anytime you answer back the 3 spot as Campbell did, to hang a 0 and allow that offense to go back to work, it's exactly what you're looking for.
Cullison on 0-2. Waits on a pickoff.
Chassie does have a good one. It is a plus move from the left-hander on the pick to first base.
Chassie has picked off 2 this year. Him and Harrington each with 2 pickoffs. 2 teams that love to run the bases. And that's what makes Babin's job so difficult. He has to stop a good running game. Upstate, 83 steals. Campbell, 122 steals. So both these clubs want to be aggressive.
They do, and Babin with Chassie on the mound, he does have a good pick move. He can hold his own runners, but in my opinion, one of the hardest pitchers to receive. He's so unpredictable. There's a ton of moving parts. The miss can get big, and it's still 93 miles an hour with a lot coming at you.
And then the breaking ball gets the job done. Ryan Chassie ringing up his first strikeout out of the pen. We got a dandy here through 5.5 innings. It's a 1-run game with a trip to championship Saturday on the line.
Citywide to countryside. Whatever you drive, wherever you go. Hercules Tires has the value, selection, and industry-leading protection to get you there, no matter where the road takes you. Hercules Tires. Ride on our strength.
Well, folks, it's only 8 a.m. and it's going to be another hot one. Today's high is 85 degrees with lows ranging in the upper 50s. Tomorrow's more of the same, plus some light wind coming in from the northeast. Coming up at 8:30, Paul's got an exclusive
Babe, it's 8 a.m.
Fried chicken, better with Pepsi.
The trip to the conference finals on the line here at Truist Point, North Carolina. I tell you what, Cole, you win this game, you take on Charleston Southern tomorrow. Campbell and USC Upstate, that's a nationally televised final at noon. A well-rested Charleston team facing the winner of this. Drag them out, rock them, bock them, you name it. It is a heavyweight fight tonight.
It is. It's a ton of fun, but to be on the nationally televised TV tomorrow against a Charleston Southern team.
These are 2 rock'em sock'em robots just hitting each other back and forth.
They got their work cut out for them. They better get the offense ready if they're going to have a chance tomorrow, because Charleston Southern has come to play offensively every time they've stepped on the field.
The Buccaneers have averaged 10 runs a game in this Big South tournament. A dynamic number 5 seed that entered the tournament. They had to win 7 of 9 conference games just to get in to the tournament, and now need 1 win to get to the NCAAs for the first time ever.
They found their way in, but it didn't stop there. I think along that stretch, you learn to play with a sense of urgency, desperation, so much more purpose in those games, in every little play and small detail. And when you look down at the finer parts of the game, you become a better team. They're hitting all the small details. They're learning from every aspect of the game they've played, and they're peaking at the right time of the season.
Logan Jordan leads off this 6th inning. And you do wonder as we get into the 6th inning, which team presents the bigger challenge for Charleston Southern tomorrow?
At this point, I think it's Campbell. And the only reason I say that is because I think the bullpen is a touch deeper. I think they have the opportunity to
win 2 games in one day as there's a strikeout from Ben Roberts.
And on cue, Ben Roberts lets me have it. He's come in, he's trying to settle in and do his job, but I do think if they can get some extended innings from Chassis, that favors them well.
Look at this pitch from Roberts, my goodness.
He doesn't like it. I'm not sure why. Yeah. That's a great pitch.
The eye roll's not going to get you too far in the court of public opinion.
Especially when the court of public opinion has it on replay.
Yeah, Judge William Presswood, he rules the strike right there. These umpires have all worked 3 games today, along with our crew, of course, on ESPN+. Want to give them a shout-out for tremendous coverage. Here in the Ingles Big South Championship elimination game. Denning hits a high fly ball to left over towards Raven. And that wind continues to play a factor. The wind was blowing in the first 2 days of the tournament. Here in Game 9, Day 3. Hold me there, partner. The wind's starting to blow out.
It's a lot of games. But in all those games, we've seen a ton of balls get out today. Not so much in all the games played on the prior 2 days as the outfield was where balls went to die.
Let's see. Okay, Pearson was getting his shin protector back on. Drake has been punching the ball over the park. 2 more hits. A pretty good swing there.
He just looks so much more contained within himself. I know a lot of people look at that and say it's still a huge swing. You're right, but for Drake Pearson, it's a lot more contained than
it has been. Is that not the case in baseball in general, though?
The swings have gotten bigger. The angle of attack and all those things have played a role. People are getting into the zone. It's become a total body movement. A lot of baseball hitting coaches actually getting Titleist certified because the golf swing, bringing the power from the ground, stretching the rubber band in the core.
The Bryson DeChambeau approach to baseball?
Power works the same no matter which sport you're playing. If you're swinging, you actually see a lot of hockey players working in a similar fashion. Those 3 sports gel really well together in how you generate power with a bat, a hockey stick, or a golf club. And what you see is when they draw that power from the ground and they sequence those movements properly, the ball's jumping at an unprecedented pace.
And that jump has led to 58 runs batted in for Pearson. And a line shot to short. Hamilton in perfect position. Scoreless 6th for both bullpens. So we go to the 7th in a 1-run ball game. That's why I asked you that. Don't you know?
At least this one's been fun, man.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh. You got Chassis the rest of the way?
As long as you can.
Burn for tomorrow to get through today.
Yep.
Find the best variety of officially licensed merchandise in conference and school branded items at BigSouthStore.com. Gear up with some new apparel or find that perfect gift. Get fully equipped for all your game day fun with BigSouthStore.com. What a beautiful night here at Truist Point, located in High Point, North Carolina, and doesn't that make you just want to smile?
It does. I also know that's a comfortable place to get a seat from personal experience.
I tell you, those rockers, we weren't kidding. Best seat in the house. And then Dad of the Year, making sure his kid is ready to rock and roll tonight.
A young baseball fan in the making.
He didn't get my pun. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll,
On
baby.
a rocker.
Those chairs, though, really excellent. Great addition to a ballpark. Like to see more.
And you see
go that
some
way.
Campbell moms in the seat with special Campbell mom t-shirts. As Ryan Chassie works in the 7th inning. He was a weekend starter last season. Big South All-Conference as a starting pitcher. Then moved to the reliever role this year and earned first-team All-Conference reliever. One of the rarities in college baseball.
It's a versatile arm. Not many people transition successfully in that role. You see.
And in fact, he started 5 games this year in midweek play, has closed with 6 saves, and has pitched in the long relief role in multiple outings.
It's a tough mindset to adjust to. As a starter, you know your workload's going to be 5. As that ball goes foul, 5, 6, possibly 7 innings, you have time early to give up damage, and oftentimes you do. You give up 1 run here, 2 runs there, you still get out of the game after 5. It's a quality start. In the relieving role, if Chassie gives up 3 in a 9-8 game, he becomes the losing pitcher. There is no room for error. There's not time to give up damage, oftentimes because the stints are shorter and the game's in the later innings.
That ball goes over the head of Chassie, and a leadoff base hit. Troy Hamilton back up the middle. What a nice start for USC Upstate. Hamilton's now been on every at-bat in this game.
I don't think anyone thought they were going to go away. This ball pounded straight into the ground, but hit firmly with a ton of barrel and bat. Neto up the middle, not able to.
I'm not sure how you position for that defensively.
You don't. That's a hit.
And this turf has taken weak ground balls and turned them into corkscrews. They just find their way through. That's lined into the corner and just foul from Cameron McIntosh.
So I know we were having this conversation in between innings about Chassie and his longevity. I think pitch count wise, he's still fine, but the last 2 hitters tell me they're starting to catch up to that fastball. They're seeing it a bit better. You wonder if he's going to stick around much longer in this game. Obviously, as many outs as he can get, greatly appreciated, but you don't want to leave him in too long with the season on the line either.
Cameron McIntosh has walked and reached on a fielder's choice. This Upstate lineup, again, not prolific in terms of power, but getting on base at such a high clip. Every batter but Noah Miners has reached, and you look at the runs scored. 6 different players have scored tonight.
I think the word is productive. They find a way to produce runs.
Maybe a double play here. Arias turns. Neto flips. And that's in time. An immediate ask for a challenge from USC Upstate, but what a turn by Neto.
The arm at shortstop for Neto, very special. It's next level. He's excited. That's a big play, and he knows it, but this all starts with a great turn from Arias at second base. A ball to his glove side away from the bag. He's so excellent at turning the body and delivering a strike. But I know that play at first was close. I wouldn't mind seeing it a second time.
Well, here you go.
Quick hips, great for a second baseman. Well, what'd you see?
I see the call was out at first base initially. I don't like making these calls. I'm wrong more than half the time. I think we're 2 for 2 tonight, though.
A little bit of false advertisement from us on review calls, because you're right. In large part, we have been.
It's hard to overturn these. Maybe
from that
one,
angle,
though.
he looks pretty safe to me.
Yeah.
Now, we are blocked out from the baseball by 2 bodies.
Okay, so let's piece some things together. Yeah, I think think that foot gets on the base first. That looks safe right there.
I don't know. Batting 1,000 on the night. I don't feel comfortable on.
You're going to call it quits batting 1,000?
I think, right? Quit while you're ahead. What I do know is I thought Neto should have put that ball in his pocket. I didn't think he should have thrown. But that arm, I mean, he's always got a chance. And you mentioned earlier the animosity between these teams. Not with Drake Pearson. He may be the most likable guy. Everybody that visits first base is chatting him up, having a conversation.
Which is what you need, right? You can't all be. There has to be someone on the team who's likable.
There's got to be a bit of balance. Everybody competes differently.
Okay, is there a neighborhood play discussion here about Neto at second base? Okay, no, he clearly holds it there. Or are we asking about interference from the runner? I don't see much of interference there. Okay, here's the decision. So safe at first base. 50-50. Seemed to be the right call. Give Cameron McIntosh, though, a ton of credit because beating that ball out is never easy.
Catcher number 5, Damon Maynard.
I want to know what Pearson's saying right now to the umpire and to Maynard. That'd be a fun. Mic him up. Let's put a mic on him next time.
Well, players often know if they were safe or out both sides. They may be chatting him up, saying, "Wow, they got it right." I was surprised to see him come around with the video replay, but
runner takes off as this one's fouled out towards us.
Now that one we almost had a chance at.
We're in that far corner booth right there, so if I stuck my hand out far enough, I might have caught it. There's our production room in the back corner. Here on ESPN Plus for the Ingles Big South Championship. Campbell won the regular season series back on April 8th, 9th, and 10th by a combined 25 runs. A little different story here in elimination final. You've been a pitcher in your career, Cole. Runner takes off the previous pitch. How often do you pick off? How do you try to control the running game after you just saw Maynard take second?
It depends on the situation. It depends on the pitcher. A guy like Chassis, very comfortable picking over to first. He has a good move, so he doesn't mind showing it, trying to hold McIntosh a bit closer.
Wow, Babin with a great effort.
He gets out from behind the plate as quick as any catcher. You'll see very athletic. Coach Terry,
look at that souvenir. Love to see it.
Absolutely. Baseballs go a mile with a young baseball fan, but Coach Terry actually mentioned in his transformation of Babin, he put on a bunch of weight, chasing strength. Found himself a bit sluggish and ended up shaving off a decent portion of that to get season ready, become a little bit more explosive.
And there's different degrees of pickoffs. People will say your best move, your middle move, your get me over move.
And if you're a lefty, there's about 50. You have a ton of different variations. You have a slide step pick move, a full leg kick pick move, and then on those you have average move, good move, show me move. I mean, they practice these things for hours a day.
How do teams scout pickoff moves? That would seem to be hard to watch on video.
It can be. A lot of the times it's scouted live and in person and from player to player.
This game has ticked just past the 3-hour mark tonight with elimination on the line. Runner takes off on this pitch. Ooh, Neto is down. Let's see if he gets back up. That's the last thing you want to see. Neto struggling to put any weight on that left ankle. Ooh, a cleat right into it.
The good news is if it doesn't roll, if there's no ligament damage, yes, metal spikes hurt, but oftentimes it's more of a surface level injury, if you will.
More of a pain tolerance than an actual injury.
And I think he'll be able to shake it off. It's one of those things that as you walk it off, it does get easier. It's going to hurt tonight. I promise you, if they hang around, it's going to hurt tomorrow. But Neto also knows he's calling for a challenge.
Oh, he thinks he has the tag, too.
Never a playoff, but I think he'll tell you he knows the risks of going across the middle. He knows he's a little bit exposed, but every play matters. And it's good to see him be able to shake that one off.
There are a lot of MLB scouts watching this exact play, sort of wondering, hey, what is Neto's future? Is he going to be all right? A projected first-round pick and a projected top 30 pick in the MLB draft. That's called strike 3. What a response by Chassis.
That's a tough break. Offensively for Maynard, you have a 2-strike count, you have a long delay, and Chassis comes straight out of it with a banger breaking ball. I mean, that's the big sweeper from the left-hander. After that delay, I don't know how you get yourself mentally back in, and Chassis delivers his best pitch.
That's why Ryan Chassis is an all-conference reliever in the Big South. 58 strikeouts to only 22 walks. Pretty controlled on the mound. I think he went. Okay, so strike 1. Jack Hennessy, 1 for 2 in this ball game. Has one of the 10 hits for USC Upstate. Compare that with 10 hits for Campbell. This game is neck and neck here in the 7th inning. Did he go this time? Home plate umpire rings him up for strike 2.
I think he definitely went, having some trouble recognizing the spin and delivery of the breaking ball from Chassis. Would be curious to see here. I think he definitely goes around on this one, yes.
Breaks the plane of the plate.
Definitely committed. If you're Chassis, you got to go back to it.
That shot in the dugout told the story. Campbell said yes. Ooh, what a stop by Babin. Chassis is throwing missiles into the ground in this at-bat.
I don't know how Babin comes up with that baseball. That's not a breaking ball. That is a spiked fastball at 90+ miles an hour. Miraculous stop behind the plate.
The first team all-conference reliever against the 9-hole hitter for USC Upstate, Jack Hennessy. To even up the count. That's a huge tying run at second base in the speedster Cameron McIntosh. He could easily score on a base hit. Upstate led early, 4-0. Campbell has scored 5, and now back and forth we are, 9-8 here in the 7th. Full count.
That pitch coming in at 95 miles an hour from Chassis. If that tells you how his arm's feeling,
with a trip to the championship final tomorrow at noon against Charleston Southern. These teams are amped up. 1 versus 2 in the regular season, and it's a 1-run game here in the 7th. 2 on with 2 out.
What an at-bat from Hennessy. Gets off to an abysmal start, chasing 2 balls down on check swings, creeps his way back into the count and able to lay off a flurry of decent pitches from Chassis outside the zone, able to work the walk.
Now back to the top of the upstate order with Devin Buckner. This USC upstate offense, top 20 in the country in hits, 19. Top 40 in batting average, 37. Versus a Campbell team, top 10 in home runs and scoring, which makes for a slugfest as that throw nearly gets away. And I'm not sure what Babin's thinking there.
I think it's better to just let that one go. No need to throw down. Don't force the issue here. Getting desperate for outs. I understand if the out's there, take it. But we've also seen runners advance on a few throwaways back to first base already in this game.
Buckner shoots it foul for strike 2. And with Charleston Southern players waiting in the wings behind home plate, what a unique opportunity. Winner of this game takes on the number 5 seed, Charleston Southern. Buckner in the top of this order have had chances aplenty in this game. 6 runners left on. It's up to the first team all-conference closer, Ryan Chassis, who entered 2 innings ago in the 5th. Now can he get through the 7th on 0-2? That'll stay downstairs. Chassis with 2 outs against him. His batting average against is .098. That's the best in the Big South. Facing the top RBI threat in Devin Buckner. Ooh, did he get hit there? Maybe not. Keep in mind, Buckner with men in scoring position is hitting .348 and nearly gets hit here.
That's as close as it gets. A breaking ball, breaking even further in on the right-handed hitter, but just misses.
So here's the 2-2. Oh, he beat him with a fastball. Ryan Chassis amps it up to 92 to get out of the inning. Upstate strands 2 in the 7th. It's time to stretch at Truist Point Park. Chassis escapes the threat. Campbell leads by 1.
Big things are happening this year across the South, from the mountains to the coast. The fast are getting faster. The strong are getting stronger. And the best is getting better. Get ready to raise your expectations. Get ready for something big. Ingalls, a proud sponsor of Big South Sports.
There's over 450 million hoopers out there. One will outscore the country and put Norman on the map. Less than 1% of high school players get a scholarship. Odds a freshman would lead the nation in points and assists. One ain't never been done. 1.3% of college players get drafted. Only one would drop 48 and 11 in the conference finals. One will know this is just the beginning. Trey had a 1.5 billion chance to get here, but he saw a possibility.
And welcome back to Big South Baseball on ESPN Plus as we get into the later ones of this game, and boy, do we have a good one on our hands.
I do appreciate Cole gave me a chance to go to the bathroom real quick, because this game is working into the deep hours of the night, 3.5 hours plus. And here's your Ingalls game summary. I tell you, this game's had some back and forth movement to it. Upstate scored 4 early. Campbell responds with 5 of their own, and then 2 huge home runs. Belbin, the biggest, just last inning put Campbell in front.
Campbell finally able to slug, but I think the most important part, the 4 runs in the top of the first from Upstate, and Campbell able to weather the storm. They've done that all night, answering back in every frame that Upstate's been able to push across a run.
Catcher, number 9, Ty Babin.
So Ty Babin, who had the home run himself all the way back in the first inning, leads things off. And he attacks the first pitch. Has a cap written all over it, and that one hops the wall. How about a leadoff double for Ty Babin with his second hit of the night?
Well, I can promise you one thing. As we see the double celebrations continue, the 1-run lead is not safe, and this swing by Babin, as good as it gets, backside, ball taking off into the gaps. As we get later into this evening, he's giving Campbell a great opportunity to extend that lead here in the bottom of the 7th.
112 doubles for this Campbell offense. It's crazy to think in college baseball there are 78 teams with 100 doubles. It's a big part of the offense in 2022. Valdiarius, who doubled himself his last time up, digs in. And you wonder if a bunt would play into the mind of Justin Hare in this spot.
I think it has to. We saw Campbell early in this tournament not elect a bunt, not able to push the run across. Now with a 1-run lead, I would be truly shocked with one of your bunting specialists if they don't go to it at some point. Now with 1 strike, I think it's a great opportunity for Waldy to give away this at bat, give it to the team, and just move a runner up 90 feet.
Arias has played in 137 career games. He owns the program's hit by pitch record with 60. And he's thinking about a bunt as he takes strike 1.
That's a tough call. I don't know that that outside and high strike has been there all night, but when hitters square to bunt, the strike zone can change as the whole eye level and a lot of things change for the home plate umpire.
That's a good stop. Not that Babin's a speedster on the bases, but Maynard has to swallow that up.
You have to keep it in front, and not only that, you have to drop it relatively close to you because the Campbell team will look to advance on any ball in the dirt that gets away at all.
That's the challenge for Ben Roberts, who in an inning and a third has done a nice job of keeping Upstate in this game, down just 1. Now, it's always easier said than done, right? Because Upstate is limited with arms available. Kevin Davis, the top closer, he threw an inning earlier today in a winner's bracket semifinal. One of the key arms still left in the pen would be Sawyer Worrell as a possibility, as that's hit right to third base, so that will not advance Ty Babin.
That's a missed opportunity for Campbell. This late in the game, the stakes this high, you have to advance your runner there and simplify the at-bats, and it all comes down to Ben Roberts executing his pitch, because the fastball in the inside corner at 90+ miles an hour leaves Waldy no option but to roll over that ball and hit it to the left side. In doing so, Upstate able to keep Babin at second base.
So Tyler Halstead out of the 9 spot looks to bunt, and that is way up and in. Okay, we asked earlier, would a bunt be a factor? Is this the right spot with 1 out now and a man at second?
With Halstead's speed struggling to get it going 0 for 3, we have seen a productive at bat from him last time with the RBI ground out. I think a bunt, especially a drag bunt, bunting for a base hit, I think would definitely have a play.
Now with a 2-0 count, it gets in the mind of Roberts to throw strikes. You also don't want to give away a free strike if you're Halstead. It may be the old Little League style, fake the bunt and dare him to throw it over the plate.
Shrink the strike zone, it still works even at this level.
Teams that finished 1 and 2 in the regular season now fight for an elimination spot tonight. They had a combined 37 conference wins, Campbell and USC Upstate. the next teams behind them were all 4 or more games back. So it was a clear 1 and 2, and then 3 through 11 in this Big South Conference. Halstead lines one out to center. There's Jack Hennessy gliding into the gap to make the catch. Look at Babin testing that arm, and he's in there.
Some tough luck there for Halstead. Finally gets a pitch he can handle. Does everything he can. Lines that ball off to center field, but the range of Hennessy making that play routine. Babin moves up 90 feet. The question is it an out too late? Now with 2 outs in the inning.
And think about the last time Belbin stepped into the box. He absolutely mashed a ball out of this park.
May have been the furthest ball I've seen hit all year.
For his 17th home run. Now he pops one up. This is never easy. And a nice job to hang on. Hamilton escapes the threat. On home run height, but not enough distance. We go to the 8th inning, a 1-run elimination game. Could not ask for any better on ESPN+.
Wasn't an all-out front.
Welcome back to this Ingles Big South Championship elimination game. I tell you what, this game's had literally run for run, back and forth. The only difference was the Ty Babin home run in the first inning. A 1-run game as we enter the 8th, and clearly it's going to come down to which bullpen can hang on down the stretch.
I think you're exactly right. If Chassie's able to hang on and stay in this game, definitely advantage Campbell. If Upstate wants to creep back in, they need to knock him out, at least apply some pressure, because the last thing you want is to be on your last 3 outs next inning. So big chance to answer back here in the top of the 8th.
Leading off the 8th for the Spartans, right fielder, number 7, Noah Myers.
So Noah Myers leads things off for USC Upstate. These teams have combined to leave 15 runners on base and have scored 17 runs. So it's not as if the pitching's been excellent, but it's also been timely.
Right, I mean, at some point, right, you figure you're going to leave runners on. When there's runners on, seemingly every chance either team comes to the plate.
Which makes you wonder, how can Ryan Chassie, who's worked extended innings, not only this game but the tournament, weave his way through the last 2? Because if you're Justin Hare, the bullpen's quiet. It would seem to me this is the task of Chassie to get the next 6 outs.
100%. It's a task that he's fully comfortable with, and it also gives them a chance to rest other high leverage arms if they are to make it to tomorrow. There's a lot of innings to eat, and 18 to be exact at the minimum if they're going to get the job done.
Because the first time you look ahead to tomorrow, one of these teams is not playing tomorrow.
It's incredible.
Which means utilizing your top leverage arms now would seem to be the highest priority.
It is, but you're also at this point going to ride arms that are working and understand that you're this close. If Chassie does his job, you don't need another arm. He's capable. This is an arm you trust. Rarely at this point in the tournament do you get an arm in late that you truly trust on full rest. They have that situation with Chassie on the mound. Can they take advantage of it?
This season, in Chassie's new hybrid roles, he misses to Noah Myers. His season high has been 3 innings. Now, in years past, he's thrown 2 complete game starts in 3 previous years, and has averaged 6 innings a start in 21 as a weekend start. I don't know how easy it is to flip that switch, but it is available for Chess.
I think at this point, if you're Chassis, you're absolutely gassed at 41 pitches. It's not his highest by any means, but every pitch is high leverage. However, the adrenaline is all you're channeling right now if you're trying to get to the end of this one.
Still throwing hard at 90 miles an hour. Noah Myers in this upstate offense have had a lot of chances in this game. The South Carolina transfer who's having a really good year and exceeded the expectations set by his own head coach, Mike McGuire. Now can he unlock this offense in the 8th inning? Good battle with 2 strikes. Myers had to fill the shoes of all-conference outfielder Julian Parson, who was an incredible 360 hitter last year as a senior. And all Myers has done is come right in conference play and hit over 370, an on-base machine, and he heck had a home run earlier today. That's called outside, so we'll lead off walk.
And this opens the door. If Chassis is able to come out and find a way to get Myers out, that would have been huge. But now with Myers reaching base, will we see stolen base attempts? Will we see small ball? Upstate has a chance to execute their offense, move runners around, and apply the pressure right onto Campbell defense to maintain that 1-run lead.
So Noah Rabin slots in. Now he's the big thumper in this order. Team high 56 runs batted in. Now it'll be interesting because the last time runners were on, Chassis had 2 wild pitches. He spiked a couple of fastballs. Would that open the door for advancing runners and then tying the game?
I think if you have Myers on first base in this situation and a slugger up, you have to try to steal. He's an excellent base runner. You're talking about 20 stolen bases on the season at an 87% clip. Oftentimes when he goes, he's successful. And with your slugger up, couldn't ask for anything more than a tying run in scoring position.
And with the runner holding, you see Chassis wants a new baseball.
And while the pickoff move is good, you still see the high leg kick. So if you guess right or you're able to read that leg kick, the set time to home is not quick. And we've mentioned before, Babin, his arm is not his best tool. The stolen base is, that door is wide open.
Line drive in the center, right at Logan Jordan. I mean, that thing was on a target practice for the fence, and Jordan cut it off.
And largely due to positioning from Logan Jordan, this ball is actually hit into left center. I thought it was a gapper off the bat, but the outfield shaded towards the big part of the park, and look at that positioning from Logan Jordan. That could have very easily been a double that tied this game. And
a lot of times we focus shifting on the infield. Well, outfield positioning just made a critical play right there.
And when you shift in the infield, oftentimes you're saving one base. It's a 90-foot advancement because the ball squeaks through the infield, or doesn't because you're positioned correctly. In the outfield, especially in this big outfield, it's 180 feet at the minimum.
So here's Noah Sullivan, the true freshman. And then when you flip in that breaking ball, it's a whole different story. Sullivan's made his presence felt in this tournament, earned the start and got the win just yesterday in the opening round game. And another 2 runs scored today, so a dual threat standout. And we asked Mike McGuire, how do you manage the pitching and hitting capabilities? And he said the biggest thing is the bat is too important to take out of the lineup. Sort of like Shohei Ohtani. to a lesser extent, but in the same mindset, we have to keep him in the order every single day.
It's a unique tool, and to have a bat that's that good speaks volumes.
Ooh, very close for ball one. And when Sullivan's been in the order, he reached base in 35 straight games up until the end of April. So in the middle of conference season, an extremely productive middle of the order bat. And Campbell's emptied the tank. This is one of their top high leverage arms, who has been asked to throw not only 3 innings, but extend himself after pitching an inning yesterday.
They've put their survival right on the back of Ryan Chassie.
Tying run first, 1 out in this 8th inning.
I like the heavy usage of pickoff moves from Chassie.
And at what point does Noah Myers break for second?
Well, I've been peeking his reads off of Chassie's leg kick, and actually on first movement thus far, Myers has actually been flinching back towards the bag, not able to get a good read.
And that's forced hesitation. But it's also forced Chassie to find the zone, which is easier said than done.
I don't know. Obviously, you want to steal. You want a runner in scoring position. But at this point, Myers is going to win pitches for Sullivan at the plate by just causing Chassie to think about him, pick over, rush to the plate. Oftentimes can cause that baseball to elevate and become very hittable.
Nice pitch for strike 2. And holding that runner at first allows Chassie the chance for a double play.
Absolutely.
Like we nearly saw last inning. And prevent the tying run from being a base hit away from scoring. The intricacies of playoff baseball, elimination final. You win and you're in against Charleston Southern. It's been a while. 2013, as number 5 seed won the conference title. In that season, they defeated number 1 seed Campbell in the conference championship. That was Liberty at the time. Now, granted, that tournament was in Lynchburg, Virginia, so a little different situation than tonight. But still, how fitting would that be for the upstart Buccaneers under Mark McMillan's watch? And a full count. All 3 Campbell games have come down to 1 run. Upstate came from behind against Gardner-Webb. Then were blown out by Charleston Southern just before the start of this game, leading into an elimination final. And a walk, actually hit by pitch, in fact. So 2 on with 1 out.
Oh, things have a way of getting interesting late. Chassie just reaches back for a bit too much there. Big yank trying to throw the fastball as hard as he can, and the ball gets Sullivan right in the side of the front foot, and looks like he's going to be able to walk it off and stay in the game.
Right off the New Balance kicks. You know, for 2 teams that have such animosity, the amount of conversations tonight have been really entertaining.
Well, that goes to show you, right? It's not personal. It's not between one guy and another guy, and it's personal, deep-rooted beef. They're just 2 teams that want to beat each other. They're competitors. It's high stakes, emotions maybe at an all-time high, and it just goes to show you it's pretty surface level dislike for one another. They're just trying to beat each other. They're standing right now in the way of each other's dreams.
USC Upstate is going to the bench in this spot, so Cole Caruso will check into this spot for Easton Cullison.
Number 16, Cole Caruso.
And I think Ryan Chassey's day is over. Ooh, how about this? Campbell is going to Zach Neto to pitch in this spot. The All-American shortstop will now enter the game to pitch in the 8th inning.
I do agree with the decision. You see Chassey, he hates coming out. You almost have to drag him off the mound. But with Caruso coming in, I like the move. He had the left-on-left matchup with Collison in the 5-hole, but with the pinch hitter.
And Cole, this is an All-American shortstop who has not pitched since March 30th, entering the game in the 8th inning.
That's an elimination game for you. He is an arm that is more than capable of getting it done. And for some guys,
you were a two-way player, pitcher and hitter. How do you prepare your body for pitching when you've gone 2 months straight without stepping on a mound?
Well, this is the most basic form I can give you, is that pitching was, I guess in the grand scheme of things, easy for me. It was easier than hitting. Hitting, you have to practice or you're going to look stupid. But pitching-wise, I was able to run it up there with decent velocity, and I can get in the strike zone. Much to the same effect as I think we'll see from Neto. It's a good arm. He's able to get in the strike zone. He's not as refined maybe as practicing and throwing as many bullpens as a traditional bullpen arm, but this is a guy that is an elite talent, a guy that you can rely on in the big situation. With his athleticism, I expect him to come in and compete in the strike zone.
This is Neto's 4th appearance. Let's give some perspective. His first 3 were in game-winning situations. He faced NC State on March 2nd, scoreless inning and the save. He faced UNC Wilmington, gave up 4 runs, and his team eventually won the game later that night. West Virginia earned the save, and Campbell earned the series victory over a top 50 Mountaineer team.
Well, and Neto's a guy that's thrown innings in years past as well that have been important. He was more of a two-way guy in years past. This year with all the draft stock and how good he is.
But how about Neto saying, I want the baseball on this spot?
It's been discussed. It comes long before this point. This is something that they've known the entire year. It's just this situation doesn't arrive in the regular season on a 3-game weekend when everyone's available. And in large part, you have Harrington, Keeler, guys like that pitching deep into games. They're at the bottom of the bullpen. I mean, that's where we are in this tournament. Neto has had this discussion a long time ago with this coaching staff that this was a possibility. I think the only people surprised are the people outside of the Campbell dugout.
So how about this? Zach Neto, the All-American shortstop.
Number 16.
Let's see if Neto can get the job done. Tough challenge here with the pitch hitter, Cole Caruso, true freshman from Scottsdale. Caruso's hitting .292 off the bench for USC Upstate. And now the runners take off. And that ball nearly gets away. What an effort by Belbin.
What a call to double steal third in the top of the 8th. First pitch with Neto in the game. They get a heck of a jump on the big leg kick. No chance for Babin to throw him out, but you're exactly right. The diving catch by Belbin, I think, definitely saves a run. And also a story with Neto coming to the mound, Dalen Thompson going to shortstop. I mean, you're talking about Neto consuming a lot of innings in that position.
And Thompson's only played in a handful of games this year at short. In fact, this is his 11th game of the season.
That's a lot of pressure at shortstop. And now with
because
runners,
that man is your typical shortstop, the All-American.
And now with runners at second and third, talking about a guy that's going to have to come in cold off the bench. He's going to have to cut off a run. He's going to have to play in. It doesn't get any easier.
So here's the 0-2. Of course Neto has a Snapdragon slider. What else can he do?
Why not? Hasn't thrown a bullpen since who knows when. Take it back to the basics. Snap the wrist. Get that ball spinning. He does just that. But to have that kind of location is absolutely outstanding. And a huge strikeout of Caruso.
Neto's pitched in 3 games leading to this point. Clearly discussing with the coaching staff that he wanted this moment. And now the 2-time Big South Player of the Year comes into pitch in maybe the biggest moment of the season.
Without a doubt the biggest moment of the season. Who else do you want out there? I mean, this is the A-plus competitor.
Who will be a first-round draft pick in July. Not as a pitcher, but as a shortstop. And now Troy Hamilton digs in as he watches that slider.
I think you just stay with the slider at this point. It's very good. It's sharp. 82 to 84 with that pitch.
Hamilton has reached all 4 times in this game. And now can he put Upstate back in the lead in this 8th inning? Oh, 2. What a weapon for Justin Hare, leaning on the Big South Player of the Year, who has not pitched since the end of March to enter in an elimination final.
And he's been sharp. Didn't see him warming up down in the pen. Comes in from shortstop. That's awesome.
Big South Player of the Year, pitching with a 1-run lead in the 8th. Ground ball to the new shortstop, Thompson. And Neto gets out of the jam. Insert the all-conference shortstop to get the final out of the 8th inning. We got a ball game through 7.5. Campbell hangs on to a 1-run lead. Coming to the plate next.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Big things are happening this year across the South, from the mountains to the coast. The fast are getting faster. The strong are getting stronger. And the best is getting better. Get ready to raise your expectations. Get ready for something big. Ingalls, a proud sponsor of Big South Sports.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Time for our Hercules Tires strong move of the game. It's been a home run fest here in High Point, North Carolina. Hercules Tires. It's been the home run show for the Camels tonight.
It has, finding their swing just in the nick of time. This one for Babin, leading to the big 5 spot and celebration in the first, and maybe none bigger than the home run for Belbin. Able to reclaim the lead. Celebrations are big, and these are moments that will live forever in the Big South Conference Tournament.
That home run in the 5th inning is what put Campbell ahead. Then you lean on the All-American Zach Neto from there. That's the strong move of the game, brought to you by Hercules Tires, right on our strength. Only second to the strong move of bringing in Zach Neto from shortstop to pitch down the stretch. Oh, the creativity of college baseball. I love it. Pumping into my veins. Joined by the former All-American, two-way player, outfielder and pitcher Cole Hallam. I'm Evan Budrovich. You have literally experienced this moment as a player. How does Zach Neto find the composure to come in with 2 months off from pitching and get the job done?
You just channel it into your strength. If you're a competitor, you find a way to do it. And the reason you get the ball in that moment is because you can control your heart rate. You don't let the moment get too big for you. He does a great job of that on an inning-by-inning basis. But when you come in as a pitcher, the stakes get higher. It's fun. I'll tell you what, from personal experience, there's nothing like coming in for a save opportunity is the best thing in sports.
Lawson Harrell checks his swing and he holds up. What a performance on the other side by Ben Roberts. 2 1/3 scoreless innings and has kept Upstate in this moment.
He's been really good. At any time, either of these teams can explode. Both coaching staffs know that, and Ben Roberts has done an excellent job.
Evening up the count to Lawson Harrell. Campbell has played 2 one-run games in this tournament. Upstate, punch for punch. The top 2 teams in the regular season. Only 3 games separated the 2. Now in the biggest game of the year, might come down to 3 final outs. Upstate in the 9th will have the bottom third against what right now is Zach Neto pitching on the mound.
I'd be really surprised, as good as he looked, if we don't see him run back out there. Now, with that being said, I would have an arm hot just because he hasn't had a ton of experience, and you don't want it to turn south in a hurry, so do that to protect him.
I'll be curious with Dalen Thompson how he gets inserted into the order. And does that affect Connor Denning? Does that change the DH? How do you integrate Thompson, or do you bring a pitch hitter in?
I'm not exactly sure how the change was made, but I think it would burn the DH. So Dalen Thompson would come to hit in that DH role, and it looks like that's exactly what they did. Neto will stay slotted in the 3-hole, and there will be no more DH for Campbell throughout the game.
Which, if this game continues into the night, plays a factor. As the 3-2's lined out to center, that has the gap written all over it. And a leadoff extra base hit for Lawson Harrell. That's his 11th double of the year.
I thought he had 3 out of the box. This is a guy that can absolutely run when he turns it loose, but don't make the first out at third base. When you belt one in the gap, little stumble. And with Neto at the plate, I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably no small ball on this one.
Well, I was going to ask you. Last inning, Campbell runner at second, nobody out. Nobody scored.
Anybody but Neto's at the plate, I would bunt. But with Neto up, his bat control is so good, and oftentimes with sluggers, that's what they lack, is that element of bat control. Neto, not a typical slugger, in that he manipulates the barrel very, very well.
Neto, the pitcher of record, now at the plate. He works ahead. And the farther this count goes in Neto's favor, the more you wonder how aggressive he'll be at the plate.
I expect him to be aggressive in the zone early.
That's a big swing from Neto out to right center. Should be deep enough to move the runner over in Harrell.
That's why you let Neto hit.
That's smart baseball.
Exactly the reason you let him hit. I don't know how many hitters in Campbell's lineup can control where they hit the baseball. Neto is one of them. Identifies a pitch he can go oppo with. Yes, he still has a chance to hit that ball out, which is why you let him do it. But when he fails, I guess fails, quote unquote, he still hits it to the right side, moves the runner up. You're not necessarily giving away an out. You're just allowing a very good hitter to go to work with a very specific job in mind.
And now Neto can come in to pitch the 9th with a lead after he just finished out the 8th. It's really a do-it-all mentality for Zach Neto. Okay, here's the challenge if you're Logan Jordan. That's a foul ball.
I like to see him be more patient.
He has struggled in this tournament of moving runners over.
And he gets away with one there. He chases a pitch down and away. That is not a pitch you can elevate. USC Upstate with the infield in. If you're going to swing early in the count, it has to be the pitch that you know can get airborne to the outfield. That wasn't it. While Drake Pearson's takes have been really good.
Wow, Mike McGuire's going to go to the bullpen mid-count.
I like it.
What did he see there? Why make the change to Kevin Davis right now? And does Justin Hare make the counter and bring in a pitch hitter to try to bunt or some small ball?
I don't think so. I think you let your big man swing the bat. He's hitting 4-hole for a reason, but I like the move to go.
We'll take the timeout and come back. Matchup with a pen when we return.
This is where a lot of the animosity comes from. He's a big talker. If you want to mention that.
So 4 hours into a elimination final tonight in the Big South Conference, USC Upstate leans on all-conference reliever Kevin Davis, the 6'9" flamethrower, to get 2 big outs.
Well, in the biggest moments, go to your biggest arm
and your tallest arm.
Tallest arm, without a doubt. Kevin Davis is just that for Upstate. He's a guy that's gotten it done this year. A couple of rocky outings have ballooned that ERA a bit, but in large part, this is an experienced closer that knows how to handle the moment, and he's going to be entering the game with an 0-1 count and 1 out against Jordan. I like to move to go mid-count, keep the hitter in Jordan a little bit off balance. Now the look and approach completely change.
And for a man who's 6'9", he has the smallest glove in college baseball.
Maybe it just looks small?
Like the Shaq effect?
Typically, all pitchers' gloves are about the same size. They're from 11 3/4 to 12 1/4. Anything bigger than that is too big and in the way. Anything smaller than that, and it's hard to hide when you're changing your grip. That's when you can often get picked if you have an 11 1/2, 11 1/4 so.
And that Marucci mitt has earned 18 saves in 3 years for USC Upstate. This is the closer for the Spartans against the slugger for the Camels. In the middle of the count, 0-1. Ooh, and that nearly gets away. Well, the last thing you want to do is gift a run with Harrell over at third.
That is an overhyped fastball thrown absolutely as hard as possible.
That is a bit downstairs. We noted the last 10 matchups, Campbell's won 9 of the last 10. One player that exemplifies the rivalry in this series is Davis in late game situations against Campbell.
It is. This is an emotional arm for Upstate. He cares, and you can feel it with every step he takes on the mound.
And with fastballs like that at 92.
But he's just an emotional guy. That's, you can ride that flow in the back end. He's a guy that channels his energy into throwing harder, makes him better in the bigger moments, the way he's able to use it.
Now Davis, the closer, on 2-2. Works the count full. That's a similar pitch that Jordan just swung at the previous one.
He's seen a couple of them. The more you see, typically the easier it'll get to lay off, but the big question is, after all these fastballs in a full count, I think if Davis can go slider just off, he gets Jordan swinging.
So here's the payoff pitch. Ball 4. No take on the high fastball. So first and third with 1 out.
It's, to be honest, it's not the worst walk in the world. Runner on third, 1 out, infield in. Not the most productive situation. It really opens up a lot of the field. It'll be interesting to see with first and third. Will they drop those middle guys back and try to roll the ground ball in the middle?
So this is what we thought. Dalen Thompson inherits the DH spot. And you want to talk about a moment thrown into the fire in the postseason. Dalen Thompson, who missed 10 games due to a wrist injury in the middle of the year, has not posted an at-bat since April 3rd against Gardner-Webb.
I'll tell you what, coming in last inning and getting a ground ball, he looked as cool gets, tossing it across on the money to complete the out.
Thompson wants to bunt. He did go on that attempt.
But this is the part that's hard to catch up on, the at-bats in big situations with the best arm for Upstate on the mound. It's 6'9", it's coming almost straight downhill at you in the low to mid-90s and scoring to bunt. We talked about getting stabby a little bit earlier. That's what he does.
Yeah, reaching on that pitch. Let's see how the maturity digs in for the true freshman. Thompson grew up in Dunn, North Carolina, just within 15 minutes of campus in Bowie's Creek, North Carolina. He just turned, believe it or not, 19 in April 25th, within a month.
He gets to grow up quick.
Big moment for the young man against the elite closer, all-conference arm Kevin Davis out of the Upstate bullpen. taken for strike 2. An insurance run would be crucial for Campbell's sake. Upstate wants to give its offense one more chance in a one-run game. All eyes on Thompson versus Davis here in the 8th. And Thompson shoots it foul.
I don't know how he gets around on that pitch. He's not seen action in some time. This game has been long as an understatement as we're creeping into the later hours of the night, but to get that bat around on an elite fastball from Kevin Davis, we'll see if he's able to do it again and hang around.
He works the count even. First at bat for Dalen Thompson since April 15th. And he faces the closer in Kevin Davis, who has been as electric and as powerful as any arm in the Big South. 4 saves in relief. He needs a big 2 outs to keep this game to 1 run. So the 2-2 pitch. Fisted into right. That is down for a clutch 1-out single. And the true freshman who hadn't played in a month gets the job done.
That's an unbelievable moment for a very special talent in Dalen Thompson. To come in and make the play is one thing. To come in and bring in an RBI in the biggest situation for your team on the year when you've had almost no at-bats, that's a special, special moment for that young talent.
He grew up 10 minutes away from campus. You couldn't have drawn it up any better if you're Dalen Thompson. Ground ball in your first inning, and then a base hit in your first postseason at-bat. Now can Davis weather the storm in a 2-run game against the Big South home run leader and RBI leader in Drake Pearson? That was a mammoth hack from Pearson.
This is power on power at its finest.
That ball was destined for the parking lot in Blessing Park out in left field if he made contact. At the same time, it was destined to burn the mid of Damon Maynard if it got past him. Couldn't ask for any better. Bottom of the 8th, elimination final, 2-run ball game. These teams have traded runs all night long. The difference, 1 run in the first, and this past RBI from Dalen Thompson. This ball gets away past Maynard, and Campbell adds to its lead on the wild pitch.
Wow, has this game changed here in the bottom of the 8th from a 1-run lead, 1 swing of the bat to this wild pitch, possibly a pass ball from Kevin Davis, leading to the 2nd run of the inning. Campbell able to extend that lead to 3, and I tell you one thing, it's going to be a lot more comfortable for whoever steps on that mound in the top of the 9th.
I have a feeling it's Zach Neto.
You'd think.
He just finished out the 8th. And now Pearson works ahead in the count. Kevin Davis has got to find control of that fastball, or his size and power not as effective.
It's essentially wasted, but not only that, in that screen you see Dalen Thompson at second base hopping around. If he doesn't pay attention to Thompson, he may go ahead and take third. He caught on.
That's a true freshman who hasn't started a game or gotten an at-bat since April 15th, wreaking havoc on Kevin Davis.
Well, I think it's safe to say Campbell's going to be without a shortstop here in about a month or so, so it's good to see that they might have found his replacement already.
Another walk. 2 hits, 2 walks in the inning. And Upstate's in danger of mounting too big of a deficit in the 9th inning.
It's getting larger. The defense is getting kind of hung, stuck out in the field as Campbell extends the lead right in front of him. And I wonder if this is the end of the rope.
I got your answer. New pitcher for USC Upstate here in the 8th inning. Already a 2-run 8th inning. And now with 2 runners on, the Spartans go to the bullpen. Kevin Davis, the all-conference closer, walks off. And we'll take the timeout. 3-run game here in the 8th. New pitcher coming in next for USC Upstate when we return.
Last time I slept was in your room. We lied.
Welcome back to Truist Point here in High Point, North Carolina. A pitching change for USC Upstate. Christian Williams, the effective left-hander, comes out of the pen. He actually threw in the last series between these two clubs. 3 innings of 1-run ball. Now his job is to limit any runs in this 8th inning.
The margin for error has disappeared for USC Upstate. Now with a 3-run lead, you're exactly right. You can't allow anyone else to cross. With only 3 outs remaining in this game offensively for Upstate, the lead has grown substantially, and boy, does it seem far away.
Facing a Campbell offense that entered this game, first 2 games of the tournament, scoring 10 runs. How have they erupted for 11 runs tonight?
I think it all starts with the walk-off hit in their last outing from Lawson Harrell. Finding a way to get it done when nothing went their way sparked this offense. They came out today in an aggressive mindset. It's changed the entire approach of a team that in large part has been very much not difficult to hold in check over the first couple days of the tournament.
So Christian Williams, the Hudgens, Virginia product, did not throw last year in the Upstate pen. His first redshirt freshman season, so true year on the mound. And he faces Campbell for the 2nd time this year against the home run bopper of this order, Ty Babin. In a 3-run game, Upstate could do damage in the 9th with 1 swing. If these next 2 runs score, it's a lot tougher.
It does.
And you see the attention Thompson is garnering at second base. Does that affect at all how Williams pitches here to Babin?
Most definitely. With 1 out, it's still a situation where Campbell could look to go for the double steal. It simplifies the job a lot for Babin in his left-on-left matchup.
Even with a left-hander in the box, he would try.
If you can get the jump, if you put the jump together, without a doubt, especially with 2 strikes, not a bad idea.
Because Campbell leads the Big South, 125 stolen bases. This is in the DNA of head coach Justin Hare. And he has preached the value of stealing 3rd as even more than the value of stealing 2nd.
It is, and in that belief, they believe that stealing 3rd is actually easier.
He did go around on the pitch, so that's a strikeout, and the runners advance. So it sort of gets the job done as the out's recorded.
Babin frustrated.
Well, Babin wants an appeal. He wants to appeal, right?
I don't know that he wants an appeal, but he doesn't want the home plate umpire, I believe, making that call. However,
he did go.
It's very much clear that he went around. The only thing that didn't happen is the follow-through of the swing as the bat comes around, but that's not a difficult call.
It's a big out for Christian Williams. Now he faces Waldy Arias, who was 1 for 3 in this game, including a double back in the 5th, which feels like both forever ago and just a minute ago. Winner of this game plays Charleston Southern, the number 5 seed tomorrow. That's a noon game on ESPNU, championship game 1. Assuming Charleston Southern wins the game. Otherwise, there's an elimination final that night, which would make things really interesting.
That'd be a fun day of baseball.
Coming up tomorrow, winner of this game versus Charleston Southern. And think about 5 seeds in Big South Conference tournaments. Next year in the Big South, only 4 teams qualify for the baseball championship. And yet the underdog Buccaneers have a chance to win the tournament.
I don't want to harp on it. I obviously feel pretty strongly about it being a 6-team tournament, but I understand why you go to that format. But I guess, just like a lot of the country, I'm a sucker for an underdog story.
And Charleston Southern's played as good as any team in this tournament.
They deserve to be here. They've proven it game in and game out since they showed up.
So Arias searching to load the bases with a walk here on a 3-0 count. Instead, he drives one out to center. And with 2 outs, that is caught to end the inning. Last chance for USC Upstate. 2 more runs for the Camels. And we'll be curious who comes out on the mound for Justin Hare's club when we return. 3-run ball game coming up next.
Trying to put a crooked number up, and not to mention Halstead follows him, and that's a terrible matchup against a player that's not hitting well.
Right. Neto's back out.
Good. I think. Ask me in 10, 15 minutes.
Mr. Zuba. Final chance for USC Upstate. Top of the 9th inning. Campbell hanging on to a 3-run lead. And Cole, we talked about Big South Conference tournaments on the line. Here's the history of the Big South Conference the last 5 years. Campbell has been the prominent program. 2 championships and a trip to the finals in 2021. Coastal Carolina won the national title in 2016. And now one of these 2 clubs will join Charleston Southern tomorrow in the final game.
It's interesting. Both teams heavily favored. One of them going home tonight. Campbell trying to put their name on that list for next year, 2022. But man, they've got their work cut out against the Charleston Southern team that's playing excellent baseball.
And then you factor in the All-American shortstop and 2-time Player of the Year in the Big South is pitching in the last 2 innings. What a dynamic for Justin Hare. Facing Cameron McIntosh to start the 9th. And that slider is working. McIntosh has reached base 3 times tonight. And that leadoff runner on is a game changer in these 9th innings.
It must be nice to show up to the ballpark every day and just keep a slider in your back pocket that's plus. Hey, you're not going to throw in 90% of the games, but if the situation's big enough, Neto, you may have to come out there. So far, he's been up to the billing.
I bet the slider's coming on 0-2. Campbell, when leading after 8 innings, is 31-0. Facing a USC Upstate team that's been neck and neck with the Camels all year in the regular season. Finished 1-2 with a trip to the conference finals tomorrow at noon on the line. Strikeout number 2 for Zach Neto.
It's been a heavy dosage of sliders, and rightfully so. When it comes out of the hand that clean, there's not much you can do about it. Comes out flat, and the bottom falls out of it.
Only the 4th pitching appearance for Zach Neto this year. He has thrown against NC State, West Virginia, and UNC Wilmington. 3 regional rival quality programs.
Well, and look at the quality of the programs. It shows you, yes, he's an elite shortstop. We value him there, but when the stakes are high, this is a guy they trust.
A pitch hitter for USC Upstate in this spot. Al Hogan checks in. He actually pitched in the previous game. He's another two-way standout for USC Upstate. 3 for 7 at the plate this year. And he rips one fair into the corner. What a clutch base hit. And a 1-out double for Al Hogan.
What a big swing coming off the bench in what could be your final at bat of the season, and you get your fastball out on the outer half and you execute. Sneaking it just inside that left field line. It's extra bases in order for Hogan.
It would seem a left-hander to have a much better look off that Neto pitch, especially the slider, than the right-hander.
It does. It neutralizes the slider a little bit, which is why I like the move to go to the left-hander. And now with the left-hander Hennessy up, it'll be interesting if Neto switches to more of a fastball changeup combination, something that would be more effective in this style matchup.
Hennessy went to that changeup, and it's fouled away. Does it make you want to get back in there and call pitches?
Call pitches? Absolutely not.
Throw them, though?
I'll throw pitches any day of the week.
Jack Hennessy has seen a lot of pitches. He's walked twice and also earned a single. Zach Neto, not only searching for a save, but pushing his team to the Big South Championship final. He's ahead 0-2.
That was a healthy cut from Hennessy. Must have been sitting off speed because that breaking ball is just missed.
Within 12 hours of the start time for tomorrow's championship game, who's going to join the party, Campbell or USC Upstate? And who's going to stay up late enough to find out here on ESPN Plus?
You can't turn this one off now.
Neto on Hennessy with an 0-2 pitch.
It's a good one. I don't know how he's able to get off speed to the back foot. It is so dangerous from a right-handed pitcher, but that a healthy cut and
oh, watch out, camera op. Poor Aaron. Hope he's got some reflexes.
With big swings, there's not a safe seat in this stadium.
Let's try it again. Thompson kicked it, bobbled, and that's where having a brand new freshman in the equation could be a factor.
I don't know that he gets Hennessy anyway, but you're absolutely right. A play that Neto probably able to get around with his footwork. Thompson goes to the backhand and just doesn't quite get there in time. You need to beat the baseball there and work through it. He kind of meets it there, not able to come up with it. More importantly, the top of this lineup is up. The tying run is at the plate. This is a good one.
We told you these are the 2 top hitting teams in the Big South. USC Upstate and Campbell, both in the top 40 in batting average in the country. And it may come down to offense tonight. 8-11 here in the 9th. And Buckner watches strike one. USC Upstate has multiple come-from-behind wins in the 9th inning in conference play. Finished the year 17-6-1 in the Big South, just 3 games back of the champions Campbell at 20-3. Now they play for their elimination lives tonight. What a scoop
what a
by
stop.
Battle.
That's unbelievable. Preserves the double play. It's a huge block from the Campbell backstop.
Remember, Zach Neto has not pitched since March 20th. That's 2 whole months.
I wouldn't be surprised if his leash is getting a bit short as these things get a little bit more interesting.
Buckner skies it on the infield. Neto pointing it out. And Neto's got it. Because of course Zach Neto makes the catch.
That's my two-way guy. Call off your catcher. Take command. You've got the most solid glove on the team, and
the all-conference shortstop.
That's not a play you see anywhere besides college baseball. What an awesome display there from Neto, finding a way to get the out.
Neto knows it too. He's pointing to his dugout. I love it. Bring in the two-time Big South Player of the Year. Let him decide who is going to face Charleston Southern tomorrow morning.
And the eyes tell the story, not an ounce of fear.
Last chance, Noah Myers for USC Upstate. The head nod as a pitcher, that's a whole new factor for a starter. We've seen the head nod at the plate, and the confidence is oozing out of the soon-to-be first-round draft pick. Myers walked his last time up in the 8th, but was left stranded by Zach Neto. Strike one.
That might have been the pitch. The breaking ball's in large been very, very good for Neto. That one not one of his best as it hangs up around belt high. He's able to get the call, but
Neto rolling to the beat of his own drum. Not only has he scored crucial runs tonight, he has also pitched in the 8th to get out of a jam. Now searching for the save here in the 9th. 2 strikes. Tying run at the plate in Noah Myers versus the 2-time Big South Player of the Year in Zach Neto. Look what we have in store. A trip to the Big South Final tomorrow. 2 on, 2 out, and number 2, Zach Neto, in for the save. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Book your ticket to Championship Saturday. Campbell, with the 2-time Player of the Year, gets the final 2 innings, moving Campbell on to the championship.
what a stud to have in the lineup for your Campbell. Mr. Do-It-All, Mr. 305, Zach Neto getting it done in the biggest moments for this Campbell team.
That's what you ask for. The biggest players make the biggest plays, and Neto secures the save. For my partner Cole Hallam and our talented ESPN Plus crew, we say good night from High Point, North Carolina. It's Campbell and Charleston Southern tomorrow to decide a Big South Conference champion. Our final score, Campbell 11, USC Upstate 8. This is a presentation of ESPN.